Good morning. I'm early, but court has started, so here we go. I can promise y'all you do not want to see me today. I look like death. Good morning, Juicer. How are you this morning? If y'all hear Logan's tablet, I promise I'll mute when court starts. He's laying in the kitchen floor next to me. So you're gonna hear it, but it's the best I could do this morning. I most definitely overdid myself yesterday. I feel like absolute garbage this morning.
Brahma Judge Dukes resides.
Y'all be seated. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, there.
But we're here. So y'all are gonna have to just bear with me.
One more. Still waiting on one jersey.
Let me try to share this out. See if we could get some people in here with us. Okay, quit kicking the walls, buddy.
Still waiting on one juror, right?
Always gotta be that one. Oops. What are you doing, buddy? Good morning, Emery. Are you as exhausted as I am this morning? I would turn my camera on, but I'd probably just scare y'all, so I will leave it off. Y'all, when court starts, I will mute so y'all can hear the court and not Logan's tablet, but
Okay.
I've got him watching the tablet in the floor next to me.
Called him before Judge Bonds. Those were his standard charges. The only thing, obviously, that may not apply is if defendant takes the stand, failure
Good
to
morning,
testify.
Nicole. Juicer, you're so sweet.
Thank you very much. copy counsel with him,
I
I
did.
assume? Okay.
I'll look at them. I haven't seen them this morning yet.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing that. We'll get maybe an early start at some point on it.
Okay.
You can't hear the tablet. Good morning, Funky.
Bring them in, please. Thanks.
Wood. I feel like
Oh, thanks.
death this morning. The coffee is not doing its job. I woke up, my throat hurt so bad I could hardly talk this morning. I should not have gone live as much as I did yesterday. I think I was fine after court. It was going live again for another, what were we on, like 3 or 4 hours? That was it. That did me in. All right, son. You're crazy. You're so crazy. Whoa. Y'all think he'll fall asleep today? Juicer. He does. He is his daddy, though. That child, he's doomed.
Good morning.
We need the pup.
Everyone
How are
rested and
you?
ready to go? And I see some coats and things. Everybody ready for the air conditioning to turn on? All right, good, good, good. And and my instructions from a couple of days ago with regard to discussing the case with anyone, has everyone complied with those instructions? Has anyone tried to contact any of you with regard to this case? Okay, thank you so much. All right,
Good
then.
morning, Jody. See, they keep
let
it,
us
they're
begin.
smart. They keep it cold in there
Thank you, Your
so
Honor. State calls Shauna Tozier.
the jury can't fall asleep. But if they're like me, I fall asleep when it's cold because I want to bundle up and then I get comfortable and go right on out. Sarah must not be awake yet because she said she wanted to be able to watch the trial. Lux shampoo because I look like absolute garbage this morning. Winnie, we are doing so good. I'm fighting being sick, but we are doing good. I have to bleach and Lysol my entire house before Saturday because we have Logan's birthday party. And I don't want to get anybody else sick. So, fingers crossed, I am 100% by Saturday. I'm trying to get over something. I fought a migraine for over 12 hours Sunday, and then Monday I was in the bed the entire day.
Shauna Mullen, Mullen.
Good morning, Deputy Mullen.
Good morning.
Since 2019, have you been married?
I have.
Okay, and so your maiden name was what?
My previous married name was Tozier.
Okay, previous. So I apologize, but if we say Tozier, we're talking about you, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who do you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And who did you work for in January
Blue
of
is so
2019?
good. He's
Colleton
just a
County
big old
Sheriff's
brat.
Office.
Did you take a break from Colleton in between there?
I did.
All right. Did you move away?
I did.
All right. And when did you come back to Colleton?
August of 2023.
When you were working for Colleton in January of 2019, what was your position?
I was an investigator.
And what was your role in the investigation against Craig Lewis?
I assisted with the investigation, collecting evidence, interviews.
On January 17th of 2019, where did you respond?
I responded to the hospital first.
All right, to what sort of call?
It came out as a burn patient from a possible domestic situation.
What were your observations once you got to the hospital?
The patient was already prepared to be flown out. She was wrapped. The only thing that was visible was her feet and her hair area. I could see that it was like singed.
Okay. Was Craig Lewis there?
He was not.
Who was there?
Her daughter, Leanne.
All right, did you speak to her?
I did.
What did you do after the hospital?
I went to the house on Wade Hampton.
All right, was that 273 Wade Hampton?
It was.
And was Craig Lewis there?
He was.
All right, what did you observe when you got to Wade Hampton?
Other investigators on scene already had him detained.
And what did you do after that?
I advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay, how did you do that?
I read it from a card.
And did he state
George,
anything as
good morning to you too, buddy.
afterward?
He did.
Okay.
I hope you're doing good today.
And feel free to refer to your report, of course.
After I advised him of his Miranda rights, the first thing that Lewis stated was that he did not do anything to his wife.
Okay. Did you ask him anything after that?
Lewis stated that that his wife was trying to start the heater when her pant legs
Morning,
caught on fire.
Moonlight.
When I asked Lewis what he did next, he did not have an answer. I asked Lewis how he attempted to put his wife's pant legs out, and he was like, "What do you mean?" I asked Lewis how he got the fire out, and Lewis stopped talking.
Was that the extent of your conversation with Mr. Lewis?
It was.
Okay. At some point, did officers come back with a search warrant?
They did.
Did you assist in execution of that search warrant?
I did.
All right, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as states 71. Sorry, let me do 70 first and 71. And ask if you can identify what's contained in these packages. This is 70. States Exhibit 70, and this is for identification purposes only at this time.
Item number 9, placard 15, 16, and 17. It's swabs.
All right, are those swabs that you took for
Morning,
those pocket
Granny.
numbers?
They are
All right, and what were they swabs
Hi,
of?
Funky.
blood. What I thought to be blood at the time.
And you took those swabs?
I did.
All right. And again, for identification purposes, States Exhibit 71. Can you identify this?
Appears to be a swab as well.
All right.
From placard 28.
Good morning, Penny Riddle. If y'all end up hearing the tablet, just let me know so I can make sure I mute. He's watching, I don't even know what, kids YouTube. So if it gets annoying, just tell me. It won't hurt my feelings, I promise.
I'm gonna
Also, I
hand you
have
what's been entered as states
another case we'll
36,
talk about on
37,
break
38,
that we might cover
39.
after this.
and ask if these are the bloody footprints from which you took those swabs. And then the last one is not a footprint, but can you describe what that is?
It is like the entertainment center, like the shelving that was to the right side of the television.
I hope you feel better.
And yes, they are where I took the blood spots from.
Okay. And the placard numbers indicate the same as what appeared on those bags that you just identified?
They did.
I think that's the daughter right there, by the way. The younger one on the left.
All right. What sort of training do you have? Do you have any crime scene training?
I do. I went to college for forensic science and crime scene investigation.
All right. Can you just describe what sort of classes and training you have in crime scene?
Just basic, like collection, processing. We did a little bit of like blood trace, nothing like too extensive. Interviews and interrogation.
All right. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 33.
Jody Ann, I hope you feel better.
Sorry, this should lighten up a little bit more. But Deputy Mullen, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 33?
It looks like the doors of the fireplace from inside the home.
And can you describe your observations regarding the doors of the fireplace?
There's burnt residue on the front, both doors.
All right, and are you talking about these black marks?
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That indicates that the fireplace doors were closed at the time that the victim was on fire. The
Okay.
clothing falling off of her from the fire looks like it splattered down onto it.
Objection. The state has not established that this witness is an expert as it relates to
Trigger warning, you guys.
residue or
that's rough.
placement of this crime scene. She just said that she was an investigator at that particular time, and simply that. She can only say what she saw. She drew.
They need better
conclusions,
posture.
and that
I
is
can
not
say
true.
absolutely
Yes.
nothing about
Go ahead
posture,
and do
Funky.
so.
Without issuing an opinion, I think she can testify to her observations regarding the outside.
I agree with that, but she's straight into opinion of things. It's a statement.
So you noticed the burn debris on the outside.
That's correct.
Okay. States 25. What is this a picture of?
The fireplace with the door open.
Did you look at the inside of those doors?
I did.
How many of
Alright,
you
what
have
did
had
notice
that
about
kind
the
of
inside the
fireplace?
doors?
There was none of the residue on the inside.
I remember my aunt and uncle had a huge wood burning fireplace whenever I was a kid like that.
All right, the next day, January 18th, what did you do that day?
On the 18th, I went to 595 Kansas City Road to make contact with an individual there.
Okay. Whose residence is Kansas City Road?
It was also Craig Lewis's residence.
What did you see when you got there?
There was a burn pit in the front that was still burning, and there was a trailer with like cotton and like charred substance on it.
Okay. Eventually was a search warrant gotten for that residence.
It was.
Do you, Granny? I love a wood burning heater.
Were certain
Mm.
items collected from that residence?
There were.
What sort of items were collected?
There was the trailer, the items on the trailer. I believe there
Mr.
was
Michigan in
stuff
here?
from the
I don't even
fire
see him.
that was collected.
When we go on break, I'm gonna talk about mention another court case that's happening now, but when this one's over,
All right,
I'm
show
gonna
you
cover
what's
it.
been entered as State's Exhibit 55 and ask that this is the trailer that you're referring to.
It is.
Thank you, Juicer.
55, it's been entered. Yeah, just show it. All right, so trailer located at Kansas City. States 73, 74, and 75 are pictures of what?
The deck of the trailer and the items on the trailer.
And those were
Gosh,
items that
Winnie
were
the Cup, I
collected
hope
from the
you're
trailer.
okay.
I believe so.
And those consisted of what?
It appeared to be cotton and some burnt wood, I believe is what it was.
Finally, I'm showing you States 54. Is this one of the burn pits that you saw
It is.
and collected items from?
It is.
Hey, Emery.
Now, let me ask you, Deputy Mullen, were any of the items from Kansas City ever sent off to SLED for testing?
They were not.
They were not.
Okay.
Was there a particular reason?
We could not 100% say they were the items that came from the Wade Hampton house. They appeared to be, but then it was found the next day, so we could not establish what had happened between the time of the incident and the time that we found them on Kansas City.
Okay. Did you ever, between either one of the search warrants that were executed, did you
Good
ever
morning,
find
$1
any
million
burned
man.
clothing of Terry's?
We did not.
All right. That's all I have. Please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
May it please.
Logan, stop, buddy.
It's hard to call you Miss Mullen.
That's
so
okay.
Forgive me if I just say Shauna.
No problem.
At the time that you arrived at the scene, meaning on Wade Hampton Avenue, were you a ranking officer?
I was an investigator.
And is that, you weren't a lieutenant, you weren't a
I'm sorry.
sergeant, and you weren't a captain or a major, isn't that right?
I was maybe a corporal. I don't remember what I was at the time.
Okay. And when you arrived, how many officers were there?
A few. I
What-
can't say for certain.
You'd already gone to the hospital.
I did.
And is it fair to say
Good
there
morning,
was at least
Hindsight.
7 or 8 officers there?
I couldn't tell you for certain.
More than 4 or less than 4?
Probably more than
Here
4.
we go
I
with this
think.
lady
Okay.
again.
Who can you
I can't
remember
stand her.
as already being there when you got there?
I remember Eubanks, Marcarella, Stallings,
Stop, baby.
David,
David Long?
yes, David Long, sorry. Varnado. I believe Paget was there as well.
Okay.
That's all I remember being there.
If my count's right, we're at 6. 6 officers were there.
Yes,
And was Craig Lewis already placed in handcuffs?
he was.
Was he seated in a white chair?
I don't know.
Where was he when you got there?
I don't remember where he was exactly.
You don't?
I don't.
Where was he when you read his Miranda rights to him?
In front of me. I don't
Standing,
remember.
sitting, laying down the ground? Were you inside the house, outside of the
I know
house?
we were outside by
Okay.
the carport area.
Okay, and you don't remember anything else other than that?
I don't remember if he was standing or sitting.
I think do you think it kind of odd that you, as the corporal, potentially, or investigator, have in your report that you read him the Miranda rights when David Long, who's your superior, was there first on the scene and had already said that he read him the Miranda rights?
Do I find it odd?
Yeah,
No,
okay. But you did write a report,
I did.
and in your report, you gave exactly what he said to you, correct?
I didn't quote it.
Okay. Did you have in your car the normal forms that you usually have where you advise a person of their Miranda and make them sign an initial and agree that they're going to provide a statement? Did you have that form with you?
No,
You don't keep that form with you?
I was not in my vehicle that day.
Okay. Was any officer of the other 6 people present there where they had the Miranda form so that my client could sign saying that he understood his rights and was still going to talk?
I can't testify to what they had.
Did you ask?
No.
Since you took the statement, you you read it from a card and you were questioning him, did you ask, anybody got a form?
I did not ask.
Okay. Did anybody have a cam?
A
Body
camera?
camera? Body cam?
No.
Did you have your physical camera, phone, where you could have used your video on it?
I probably had my phone on me
Okay, and you keep it on you, don't you?
most times.
Okay. You arrived at the scene at 3:15?
Somewhere around there. If that's what the call log says, then that's
No,
correct.
I'm reading from your report you just read to her.
Around 3:15, I responded to the hospital.
Okay, and you wrote this report pretty soon after this, so there's no reason to now say that you're not sure. 3:15 was when you got over to the house, at the hospital, excuse me.
It says around. So
Okay, I got
somewhere
it.
around there.
I got it, that's fine. Around 3:15, you
Mhm.
arrived at the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived at the hospital, you talked to the nurse first. Do you remember the name of the nurse?
I don't believe I talked to the nurse.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was, or did you tape the statement you received from anybody at the hospital? Any statements?
No.
Okay. Did you ask to look at the Miss Lewis?
She was laying wrapped next to me
And how close did you get to Miss Lewis?
within a couple of feet, probably.
Did you check out her feet?
They were untouched. Like
What does untouched mean?
They were unburned.
They were not burned.
correct.
Did you take a photograph of that?
No.
Did you ask anyone with the hospital whether or not you could take any swab of her skin to see if there was any accelerant on it?
I did not.
Did you talk to the doctor that was on duty, Dr. Fisher?
I don't believe I did.
Did anyone that went to the hospital ask the doctor what Miss Lewis told them? happened?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
Is it your testimony that you never talked to Nurse Bishop that came earlier to testify?
I don't remember speaking with her.
And isn't it fair that if you had, it would have been in your report?
I would assume it would be.
Okay. And when you left the hospital, did you believe in your investigative mode? Did you believe that you needed to preserve the video of Craig Lewis bringing his wife into the hospital? Did you believe a crime had been committed?
I believed that it was possible a crime had been committed.
And so, understanding your responsibilities as an investigator, did you put the hospital on notice that, hey, I need you to preserve the video all the way from the emergency room entrance, the parking lot, as well as Mr. Lewis coming in to the hospital? with
I
his
did
wife?
not.
Did you have this conversation or a conversation in reference to this with any of your superiors that were supposed to be supervising your investigation
Have what conversation with them?
about preserving evidence?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. How and what was your tone of voice when you asked Craig what happened?
I believe I was just monotone.
Just like you are today.
I believe so.
And you just said it in that tone. When he said his wife was trying to start the heater when her pant legs caught on fire. Then you asked him, you tried to ask further, how he attempted to put his wife's pant legs out. And he said, "What you mean?" Did you respond?
I asked Lewis how he got the fire out.
And you responded in the same tone you're responding today?
I would imagine.
Okay. Did you see any blood on the bottom of Terry Lewis's foot at the hospital?
I don't recall if there was blood or not.
You said it was untouched and unwrapped.
They were unburned.
Thank you. Now, Shauna, there's been a lot of talk, Corporal Mullen, there's been a lot of talk about the fact that the department did not require that officers wear body-worn cameras. You did not have a body-worn camera that day.
I did not.
What capacity do you work with the Sheriff's Department today?
Today I'm a deputy.
You're a deputy, you're not an investigator anymore?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, does the investigators or members of CID, do they wear body cams today in 2024?
We do.
And are they required? Now, deputies are required to, the CID.
I believe they do.
Okay. Now, back when you left the Sheriff Department for that, I think you stayed away 3 years?
Approximately.
You moved to New York.
I did.
And wouldn't you agree with me that when you were involved in an unfortunate officer-involved shooting where someone died, it would have helped if you had had a body-worn camera, wouldn't it, when SLED came knocking at your door?
I don't necessarily know if it would have helped.
It would have
I would
exonerated.
object to relevance at this point. I'm not sure what that has to do with the, whether or not Craig Lewis murdered his wife.
Agreed.
I am on cross, and this goes to the issue of the body-worn cameras and this officer's conduct and demeanor.
Officer conduct, unless it has to do with truthfulness, it would not be relevant.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Another unrelated incident, I mean, you can certainly ask whether, in general, is it better to have a video than not have a video? Which I
Yeah, funky, I don't know.
think-
This will be interesting to see how it ends.
Was there video of that incident where you were involved?
Objection, Your Honor, we're still going down the road of some other incident that has nothing to do with Craig Lewis and the murder of Terry
I will
Lewis.
withdraw it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
The debris that we showed that was on the trailer. I'm going to show you Exhibit 55. It's a picture of the trailer. Did you collect the debris off of the trailer?
I personally did not.
How many people went out to serve this warrant, search warrant?
I'm not sure.
Did you have the ability to collect, because it's not I expect the trailer should have debris on it, but how many people went out to execute this search warrant? Why didn't somebody just take the stuff off the trailer so that it could be examined?
They would have needed the search warrant to take the stuff from the trailer.
And you had a search warrant that next day, and you had the trailer there at the house, but instead you hauled the trailer away instead of taking the debris that needed to be examined away, didn't you?
I personally did not.
Well, who did?
I can't say for certain. I was not on scene.
And that trailer has been in the sheriff's department's custody since 2019, the day after this incident, and has not been examined by a SLED. No one has even fingerprinted test substance on it, and you still have it. And you're here today, and it's not really relevant for anything other than to show cotton balls on it, isn't it?
What is your question?
My question, is it relevant? Is that trailer relevant to this case other than to say what you just said in direct examination, that it has cotton on it?
At the time, we believed.
Randy,
that
that's
it
true too.
moved
Good morning,
The
Ty.
couch from
It's been a minute, bud. I hope
the
you're doing
original crime
good.
scene.
And did it have the couch on the trailer when you seized the trailer?
It did not.
Court's indulgence.
This lady she argues good, but the evidence that comes out, is it going to be enough to convict him or not? Because that's what it's all about to me.
It was not.
Did
The
you
evidence they
attempt to
show.
speak to the person that called 911?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
While you were at the scene of Wade Hampton Avenue, did you go and speak to any of the neighbors about what you thought might have been a crime?
I did not.
Did you look for any cameras in the neighborhood?
I did not.
Thank you.
Redirect.
What cameras in the neighborhood showed what occurred within 273 Wade Hampton Drive?
They would not.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Cameras would have shown whether or not Craig hurried his wife out of the house, took her and put her in the car, and whether he was trying to hurt her, wouldn't it have?
Objection, that would be conjecture. We don't know what cameras would have shown.
I am on cross, and Your Honor, she opened the door regarding the
I
camera.
think if you asked could rather than would, that might resolve the issue.
Cameras could have shown what happened as Craig and his wife entered the house, and it came out of the house to go to the hospital, couldn't it have?
They could have.
It could also have shown a cleanup that has been suggested by some of your other officers that Craig was taking part in? Couldn't it have?
Could have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else related to the cameras?
No, Your Honor, I would ask that this witness be excused.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Kathy.
State calls Leanne Kellum Cronky.
I don't think we'll hear from the daughter, unfortunately, because she's in the courtroom, which means she can't testify. It's normally how they do it. They don't let you in the court if you're going to testify.
Do you affirm the testimony about the recording this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Leanne Cronky, Cronkey.
Good morning, Leanne.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today and all week. Beg the court's indulgence. Just want to have my ducks in a row for you. All right. Leanne, who is Terry Lewis?
She was my mother.
How would you describe your relationship with your mother?
I spoke to my mother or saw my mother many times a day, almost every day. There was rarely a day I did not speak with her or see her. For most of my life, I lived only a couple of miles away from her. We were very close, my kids and me and her. We did everything together.
Well, I guess I was mistaken, huh?
Do you have siblings?
I do not.
Okay. So you were her only child
Yes.
and obviously only daughter.
Yes.
How long have you known Craig Lewis?
Hey, Becca.
Probably since I was in high school.
Right. Y'all went to school together?
It was different schools.
Okay. But you were in school at the same
Yes.
time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, can I have you point out Craig Lewis? Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. And where is he seated?
Next to Miss Sprite Matthews.
Okay, thank you. How long had Craig and Terry been married?
I am
That's-
horrible with dates. I would say at least 20 years.
Okay.
Kathy, that's Terry's daughter, not
The
Craig's.
house at 273 Wade Hampton, when did Terry purchase that house?
I was in high school when she bought that house. I believe I was a junior, so probably around 1994.
All right, so at the time of her death, she had been in that house for about 25 years.
Yeah, I would say that's close.
And I'm just showing you State's Exhibit 2. This is the house that we're talking about.
Funky has she?
Yes.
All right.
I didn't
Did you
even
spend a
realize.
lot of
she was
time in
in
that
there.
house with your mom?
The first couple of years, I lived in that house. And then, some visits here and there, but, mostly just to pick her up for us to go places or, the last few years I hadn't spent a lot of time in the house with her now.
Had you routinely been inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
over the years?
Yes.
All right. Was there a fireplace in that house?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25. Is this the fireplace you recall being in the house?
It is.
Is that the same fireplace that's always been in that house?
Yes, it was in it when we moved in.
Did your mother light fires in that fireplace?
Yes.
How often?
Anytime she was cold, she, always had access to wood that was up under the carport. So anytime she was cold, that was her first thing to do was light a fire.
To your knowledge, did she ever have any issues lighting a fire?
No.
She ever burn
Moonlight. This
herself?
happened 5 years
Did she ever
ago.
have an explosion?
No.
Try to avoid specifics that would be leading.
Okay. Actually, Leanne, one more question about this picture.
Yeah.
States 25. There's a photograph to the left of the fireplace. Who is that?
That is me. That usually hung right here since we had moved in. It looks like the frame is missing. I don't know if it fell or what have you, but it always hung right to the left of the fireplace.
This happened 5 years ago. However, the trial is just starting. Craig was on bond for 5 years before this has even gone to court. So it's a
From
case,
what you
a
observed, how
court
would you
trial happening
describe
now. It's just a
Terry and
5-year
Craig's
case,
relationship
I guess.
in general?
Sometimes really good, sometimes really bad. Of course they had arguments.
Understand.
It's really hard to say. It was a very odd relationship at times. It seemed fairly normal for a long time. Things, the last few years there were issues that I witnessed. Nothing physical, I will say. It was mostly verbal. I know at one point there was some infidelity. Then I saw the text messages.
Okay. Just what you personally observed, but I think you answered that question.
Yes.
So thank you. Did your mom, without saying what she told you, did your mom talk to you about her relationship with Craig?
Yes.
Did you ever give her any advice about her relationship with Craig?
All the time.
All right. And towards the end of 2019, what advice did you give to your mom?
Towards the end of 2018?
Or 2018. Yes, I'm sorry.
Um,
And this is just what you are telling your mother, not what she's telling you.
my words
Hey,
to
James
her
Dale.
were always, you have to figure something out. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Did you ever witness any controlling or jealous behavior on the part of Craig?
The main thing I witnessed would be, if she took her brother to the store or something.
We need to do this probably. Let's give you all an early break. So we'll be.
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, all right.
I'll
Thank you.
withdraw the question. Let's move on to January of 2019.
Okay.
Did you have any contact with Craig or your mother before the burn incident?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. When was that?
The day before, is that the day you want to hear about?
Yes,
Start
ma'am.
there.
Yes, ma'am.
I had actually texted Craig earlier in the day. He was helping me to buy a house. We had been renting for quite some time and just wanted to really settle down and, have a home. So I did ask him for help. My credit score wasn't quite high enough alone to be able to do it. So Mom and I talked about it, and she told me to ask Craig and see if he was willing to help.
Okay, without,
Sorry.
I know you probably did not mean to do that,
No.
but just anything. So you talked to Craig about him helping you
Yes,
out to get a
yes.
house.
He was going to help with the credit part, signing, as well as the down payment.
Okay. Pretty nice thing at him to do, right?
Oh, yes, it was.
Who was there for this conversation?
It was Craig, my mom, me, and I want to say Addison was with me, my daughter, but I
Okay.
am not 100% sure.
Okay. And where did this conversation take place?
At the Kansas City address.
All right. Is that where they were staying that night?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else you recall about that night? What was going on at Kansas City that night before you left?
Before I left at that point, no, not really. There's opinions, so I don't really want to say that, but it was just kind of a tense environment, but nothing really other than that.
Okay. What happened later that night?
I left and went home. I don't know exactly. It was probably 7 or 8 o'clock. Went home, normal nightly things. I don't remember anything out of the ordinary before bed. My phone rang in the middle of the night. I want to say it was around 2:30 a.m. It was my mom. I could not really understand a lot that she was saying, but she did ask me to come get her.
Okay. So, you could, your mom called you, and then what did you do as a result of her calling you?
I threw some clothes on and immediately drove to the Kansas City address.
What did you see at Kansas City when you got there?
She was standing outside. She had like a half-torn bag. I don't remember at this point what was in it. I think it may have been some clothes or something. And she got in my car.
All right. What was her demeanor like?
She was hysterical.
Okay. Nothing about what she said.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Because she really didn't say much. She was hysterical. She was having a hard time walking.
Where did you go once you left Kansas City at that point?
When I turned onto Kansas City Road, she made me stop. I had not gotten far down the road because she didn't have keys to get in the house or any of her medication.
Okay. Did you go back to the residence at that time?
After we argued on the side of the road for about 5 minutes, I finally agreed because she wouldn't have it any other way. So I agreed to take her back to Kansas City.
Okay. When you got back to Kansas City, what did you observe? What did you see?
I didn't see anything to start with. She got out of the car.
Yes. What did she do?
Yes, she got out of the car. She went to the door that has I guess it was the back door that has the wheelchair ramp and the grill sitting there.
Okay, let me stop you right there. And ask, I'm gonna show you 47 and 48. Is this the back of the trailer that you're talking about with the ramp? And
Yes,
then
that's the same.
the door
Yes,
and 48?
yes.
All right, so she went to that door.
Yes.
Up that ramp into that door.
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened?
She knocked on the door several times, beat on it with her fist because he didn't come to the door. And then finally he slung the door open.
He meaning who?
Craig.
Okay. After he flung the door open, what happened?
They argued,
Okay.
without, going into what either one of them said.
Sure. No.
There were several items that were thrown from inside of the residence, just random paper, and I think there was a plant, just random things Craig threw out onto that little porch area.
Okay.
Mom tried to walk in to get her keys and her medication. And he slammed her hand in the door. It would not let her in. She kept trying to get the door open. It was all the way open at one point, and I was able to see in. But then he slammed it again, and he pushed her down. He grabbed her by the back of the head and slammed her face into the grill, and he pushed her down the ramp.
Did he say anything to you after that occurred?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I gave her everything. I've always given her anything she wanted. And now she's cheating on me, and she's lost everything. She gets nothing. I'm done.
Too sharp.
I gave her the world, and now she gets nothing.
Okay.
This has got to be so hard for her. I couldn't imagine
All right.
having to
At that
testify
point,
for my mama that
what did
was
you do?
burned to death.
He told me to get her out of there, so I helped her up and put her in my car. Told her I'd find a way to get her in the house.
All right. Did you take her home?
Yes.
Okay.
I tried to take her to my house. She would have no part of that. So I took her home and helped her get in.
Okay. And did she have a phone?
I do not know if she had, no, she did not have a phone that night. Her 6537 phone had been destroyed the week before, and she had a new phone, but I don't know. I know it was at the Kansas City address. I don't know if it was still operational and she just didn't have it with her, or I don't know if it was destroyed. I have no idea. But no, she did not have a phone with her.
Okay. Did she get a phone?
The next morning, when I went to check on her before I went to work, it was like 6 a.m.
Okay.
I took her NOS energy drink she had to have every day, and a pack of cigarettes. And I told her, I said, something has to be done. I'm leaving you Addison's phone, which was an iPhone. My mom did not know how to text. She had a flip phone. All she could do was make calls. I took the passcode off Addison's phone and just showed her the call button. Had my number, right where she could easily access it, and told her, if you need anything, call me. She asked me for some money. Sorry.
Okay.
Habit, sorry.
No, it's okay. So, so you left her with Addison's phone?
I did leave her with Addison's phone and asked her to call me if he came to the house or if she needed anything, so that I could get back, because I worked about an hour away.
Okay. And so did you go to work after that?
I did.
Did you ever receive a phone call from Addison's phone?
Somehow she got FaceTime calls to come through instead of regular phone calls, once or twice early that morning. But a quick phone call, and then hung up. And then starting around probably 10 a.m., I kept getting, it was back and forth between FaceTime calls and regular phone calls, but she wasn't on the other end when I would try to answer. And it was actually my coworker, and I made a joke about it, because I'm like, she cannot use this iPhone, which I figured was going to be an issue, because she didn't know how. So we just kind of laughed it off. I probably got 6 or 7 of those calls that I just couldn't hear anything on the other end.
Okay. What was the next phone call you received, and who was that from?
The next call was from Craig.
What did he say?
He said, your mom's been hurt. I need you to come home. And I said, okay, what's wrong? What do you mean she's hurt? He said, she burned herself. I said, okay, how did she burn herself? He goes, Leanne, it's bad. I need you to come home now. I said, okay, I'm packing up. I'm leaving now. Where do I need to go? He said, they're going to fly her out. That's all I know. I did not do this to her, but you need to get here now.
Okay. Was that the only phone call that you received from him, or
No.
were there others?
There were others.
Okay.
I received a text from him that said, please hurry.
Okay.
I received, I believe one of the calls I received was actually from Addison's phone, saying, you have to get here. This is really bad. They're getting ready to leave with her. They're going to fly her out. You have to get here.
Okay. Did you go to the hospital?
I did. It took me a little bit to get there, because he did tell me they were flying her to Atlanta instead of Augusta, which I couldn't figure out. It didn't make any sense to me. But, being in Charleston, I was a few miles from the airport. So I contemplated just going to the airport and meeting her in Atlanta. But after all the phone calls back and forth, I decided to go ahead to Waltboro. I got gas and got to Waltboro to the hospital just as quick as I could.
Okay. When you got to the hospital, what did you see? Who was there, and what did you see?
Mom was there. She was already intubated and wrapped up. Craig was sitting in the chair off to the left, probably 6 feet from the bed. Just sitting there, and he said, I don't know what to do. I didn't do this to her. But what do we need to do?
Did you notice anything about his appearance?
I noticed nothing out of the ordinary. He was clean. No burns, no soot, no blood. Just sitting there like nothing had happened. I mean, he was distraught. He was very quiet, but his appearance was normal.
Okay. At some point, did Craig leave the hospital?
He and I discussed Atlanta. And I told him, of course, I was going. I was going to leave. I tried to get him to let me go on the plane with her, but of course, there was no room. That was about all that was discussed about it. I walked outside, kind of paced the halls for a few minutes. And then I walked over to the nurse's desk to ask her condition, ask when she would be flown out. I asked if anything looked out of the ordinary. Because something just didn't feel right being the way I had left her that morning. It just felt off. And the nurse asked me why I was asking.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please don't say anything the nurse said.
Did you give the nurse any information that you had from the night before?
I told the nurse, I said there was a very bad fight and I had to pick her up at 2 a.m. Because of a domestic dispute and had to drop her off at her other residence around 2 or 3 a.m. this morning. So I was just curious if,
Okay, so you gave that information to the
Yes.
nurse. Okay.
I did not give any details, just, that there was an altercation and I had to pick her up.
Okay. After you left the nurse's station and after you gave that information to the nurse, was Craig still there or was he gone at that point?
No, when I was standing at the nurse's station talking to them, I actually saw him walk down the hall. I assumed he was walking outside because he didn't say anything to anybody. I figured, probably like me, he was pacing the halls. But it appears he left at that time.
Okay. After your mother was transferred to Atlanta, how long did she live?
Until November 1st,
Okay.
2019.
And how many times did you see her during those months?
My job actually worked with me because they were opening a warehouse in Atlanta about 5 miles from the hospital. So they moved me to Atlanta for a few months so that I could be there. Was there every single day.
Okay.
I took nothing with me because I stopped to get a phone charger and I think medication, and that was it. So I had nothing with me. So after we got through the first day or two, I did come back to Walterboro. I believe it was that Monday. And, just get some clothes and try to talk to the kids because I had not even seen my kids to be able to tell them what had happened. I talked to them on the phone, of course, but they were with their dad. So spent a few minutes with them. Got a speeding ticket on the way back to Atlanta. And that's where I stayed.
Okay.
I would occasionally come home for one night on the weekends, and a lot of times I would just fly home because I just needed to see them for a few hours, but I'd go right back. And the hospital would call me anytime anything changed so that I could go back over there.
What was her condition at this time?
Which time?
During this time?
Okay, sorry.
Like at the very beginning.
You can, at the very beginning throughout, what you observed her condition to be during those months. Not medically, but just what you saw.
I saw many machines and monitors for, I believe it was 2 straight months. She was completely sedated. They said that had to be because of the pain. She went through multiple surgeries, skin grafts. She had cadaver skin to try to stop infections in her face and her chest.
Did she require assistance to do anything?
She never was able to do anything on her own without assistance again.
Okay. Was she bedridden?
Yes, to the point that she had a bed sore. It actually became infected and became one of the biggest issues. At one point, it was so large that it was the size of a softball. Because they could not position her anywhere but on her back, because there weren't any burns on her back. Everything was on the front. So they could kind of prop pillows to kind of keep her, as best they could. But I mean, there was just really not much they could do.
What was her demeanor like during those months?
Hysterical when she was awake. At one point things improved so that she could talk. She was able to start feeding herself with her left hand. She didn't have any use of her right arm. She could not roll over in bed by herself. She couldn't sit up by herself.
And eventually, did she decline?
Yes, she had gotten, when she was in Charleston, she had one of the best therapists I've ever met, and she could take a few steps with the walker, with assistance, of course. Still no use of her right arm, still, couldn't roll over or get up by herself, but she could, once they could get her up, she could take those steps. And she could spend some time sitting in the wheelchair. And when she had to go back to Augusta for the neck, whatever it is, when the skin tightens up and they have to loosen it, she started declining. It was up and down. Some days she was completely herself and lucid and happy and fine. And then other days it got to the point that for the first time in my life, she didn't know who I was.
Okay.
She refused food. She refused medication. She refused anything.
Okay. All right. Almost finished, Leanne. I just want to show you a few things.
Moonlight, that is sad. Logan's out of the room so I could talk. Look at this man has no tears either, and she's talking about his wife like that.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 17 and ask if you recognize what's contained in this picture.
Yes, that's the couch that sat when you walked in that back door. You walked straight into that couch.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 21.
This is where that couch would have been.
Okay. So there's like kind of a rectangle here. Is
Yes.
that what you're talking
Yes.
about? So state 17 was right here
Yes.
in states 21.
It was facing the TV, but it was right there.
Okay. And what side of this couch did your mom sit on if you're facing it?
If she was sitting on the couch, she would be on the left side of either couch. It was always the left side.
Okay. So this couch specifically, she would be sitting on the left side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, we see a gray chair right here.
She sat in that a lot as well.
Okay. Was that the chair that's closest to the fireplace?
Yes.
Okay. States 23. Is that the green chair? I mean, the gray chair?
Yes.
All right. So was that gray chair between the fireplace and the couch?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Thank you, John.
That does say a lot, Granny.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Please answer any questions.
Why is it a whole couch again, though? You know, like
Yes,
the
ma'am.
whole Summer Wells thing? Another
Let's do
couch?
that. Members of the jury, please don't discuss the case, any of the testimony, or anything with each other during the break, but we'll take about a 15-minute break at this time. Stay right there. Ma'am, you can wander around if you'd like. You just can't discuss the case or testimony with anyone during the break. You understand? You're welcome to sit right here, or you can wander around, take a break if you'd like, okay? All right, anything for the record before we go off the record? All right, thanks. We'll be off for about 15.
That poor lady, that breaks my heart for her. Who's creepy looking, the judge or the or Greg? The judge needs to cut his hair too. That's a little ridiculous, sir. Hey, Cindy. Oh, I hope you feel better. Oh yeah, Craig, he is he looks like a creep for sure. That's what I think I said that yesterday, that he looks like the one you'd walk by in Walmart and like double take because he's weirdo. It must be the weather because so many people aren't feeling good today. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing this for just a minute. The weather has been crazy. It's still like almost 80 degrees here and it's November. Florida. This is the. I'm gonna pull up something real quick and show y'all. Um, is this the right one? Yeah. So, oh, what the heck? I hate all these stupid ads. There's so many. It's 30s. Oh my god, I would freeze to death. No, thank you. Y'all keep that cold weather. Here's this started court today, but I thought about covering it when this trial's over. It's a babysitter that left a 10-month-old baby in the car, and the baby was found dead, obviously. It says police say the baby's external temperature recorded 102.1 degrees. The internal temperature reached 110 degrees, and the temperatures inside the car read over 133 degrees. Which is absolutely horrible. Rhonda, 46, and babysitter of the child, was arrested and is facing aggravated manslaughter of a child charge. She has since been bonded out. So here's another one that was bonded out on bond while all this is happening. Is that, I don't want to stay on this one too long because I want to pull the court back up, but yeah, Granny, we're in the same place. Y'all, Granny's my neighbor. Not literally my neighbor, but like she lives 15 minutes away from me. I agree, Granny. Is that one that y'all would like to watch with me? Court just seems to be like, that's what I was talking about yesterday. That just seems to be my thing. I like watching the court cases. So that might be the next one that we watch. I know I talked yesterday about going to just watching court cases with y'all, and then like we did last night, just fun lives in between. Maybe not every day like that because I cannot handle another day like yesterday. I was so tired. My house is a disaster because I was on here most of the day. And then I had to go vote, and then I went and got the kids dinner. We ate, and then got them in the bed and was back on here. So I won't be able to do that every day, but there will be lives in between. Because obviously there's not going to be a court case shown every day, all the time, you know. So there'll be breaks in between, but last night was fun. It was fun, Moonlight. Granny, yeah, me too. I like watching the court cases. So, that'll be probably the next case we watch, which I just started today, and so depending on how long this one goes, we'll just have to watch that one from the beginning, but it'll be all right. I like these ones that nobody's covering. You think yours is from your meds from surgery? I'm so sorry, Cindy. Moonlight, I cannot either. That's what I was saying last night. Like, if I'm not in the bed before 12 o'clock, I'm just absolutely useless the next day. I can't stay up anymore. Okay, Cindy, I hope you feel better. Ooh, excuse me. You too, what, Juicer? Oh, you like the cases that nobody's covering. Yeah, I'm not like. I like the ones. It's been through all the drama. It's been through. There's no speculating. We get the facts and then the answer. I don't like all that other stuff like Sebastian Rogers. I don't like all that crap. Yeah, Granny, me too. I used to be able to stay up, but my age is catching up with me, and so I can't anymore. No, really, it's just called now that Brooklyn's in school and I have to get up and take her. I can't just stand at the door and get her on the bus and go back to bed. I've gotten myself on a schedule and it's helped a lot. Wow, what, Juicer? I don't know how long they said this break was for, but my age is catching up. Okay, Juicer. Logan's tablet. Can y'all hear his tablet going? His little energy burst has come to an end, so he's just laying back in here next to me on the floor with his tablet. Oh, goodness. Ooh. I don't know about y'all, but I'm exhausted this morning. Moonlight, me too. I could not sleep, and I knew it would kick me in the butt. Kathy Blanks, no, it's never a short break. Not at all. Did you, Granny? When I got off last night, I cut JLR on. Now I watched until they announced it, and then I was trying to stay up until the speech was made, but I passed out in between there somewhere. So I've not heard the speech. I'll have to go back and watch it tonight when I get off of here, but yeah, I completely missed that part.
Don't be seated, be seated, thanks. Please sit down.
Oh, here they go. Here they
Jury
go.
finished with their break, or? Oh, bring them in, please. And ma'am, you are still under oath.
The fact that he just looks so happy to be at court is disgusting to me. I wouldn't care if I knew I didn't do it and I knew I was getting away with it. Would I be smiling like that? You're in court for unaliving your wife. Granny, they need hairdressers in that town.
Matthews.
May it please the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Kellum.
Good morning.
Ms. Kellum, how old are you?
Trick question. 47.
And you went to high school with Craig?
Different schools.
But y'all were in high school at the same time?
Yes.
And you used to bring Craig over to the house? Were y'all friends?
We were friends, yes.
And he came over to the house?
Yes.
At age 16, he started living with your mother. Is that correct?
Living with her now.
When did he start living with your mother?
I really could not tell you.
When did you leave the house?
When I left and went to Clemson in 95.
And how old were you?
Been 18.
Okay. Did Craig ever live with your mother before he eventually married her?
Yes.
And how long did they live together before he married her?
I really don't know. It was a long time, but I don't know.
Okay. And you were 1 year older than Craig.
A few months older.
Okay. You talked about the house
That's weird
that
in
you were
itself.
in. Your parents
Married a man her daughter's
divorced?
age.
How old were you when they divorced?
12 or 13.
Okay. And then you lived with your mother alone.
Yes.
Okay. Your mother eventually, when she was with Craig, had to file for bankruptcy, didn't she? On that house. Did you know anything about that? And Craig had to save it?
I do know she filed for bankruptcy. I don't remember if it was before she was in that house or after.
Do you remember talking with them about the house where they got the house and put it in both of their names because he paid it off? You remember any of that?
I do remember him paying it off, yes.
Okay. And
Thank you, Darcilla.
let's talk about your statement first, just a little bit, that you gave just a minute ago. You came over the day before to talk about needing money to help you buy a house. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And everything was fine when you left? You left your mother there, so everything was fine, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about Craig, there being problems, but you felt comfortable coming over that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And because you'd been talking to Craig, texting him, and talking about this $25,000, the
Yes,
down
we-
payment.
We'd been talking for several weeks.
Now, Craig had also bought your son a truck, didn't he?
Him and as well as my son's father
And
paid part.
yes, and because he paid for the truck mostly, he put his name on the truck, didn't he?
The truck was in my name.
Okay, and he's a lien holder?
Thank
He
you,
listed
Midnight.
it as a lien holder until Thomas's 18th birthday when it was supposed to be signed over to him so that I could not sell the truck or do anything to it until that time.
He was concerned about you selling the truck, right? Or putting a lien on it, right?
I don't know.
Had you previously had problems with finances?
I would object to relevance.
What does this
I'm
have
not
to do
sure
with
what
her
her
mom? That's so
finances
rude.
Have to do
You're just
with
being
whether
nosy.
or not Craig killed Terry.
Your Honor, if I can respond, since if you would give me a little latitude, this goes to what she said about Craig helping her out and why she needed to be helped out.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Craig helping her has nothing to do with him
He
killing
has
her
helped
mom.
out.
I
Or was-
understand. I'll let her
Okay.
go a little bit. Thank you.
He helped me out several times.
And one of those times was when you were about to lose your house. You and your first husband lived over in Silver Hills, which is not too far from Wade Hampton. Didn't you have a house there?
When I was married, yes.
And you were married to Frankie Kellum, correct?
Correct.
And y'all had a house over in Silver Hills.
Mhm,
Then you fell behind on your payments.
mhm.
And isn't it correct that the first time you fell behind on your payments, Craig helped you out and that foreclosure didn't go through? Isn't that right?
No, he helped me with my car, never with the house.
The second time, isn't it correct that the second time when they were foreclosing on that house that you and Frankie had, he refused to help you because of this was the second time?
I didn't ask him for help.
Was that house foreclosed upon?
Not until after I had moved out and my husband or ex-husband decided that he could not afford it anymore, so he let it go.
The foreclosure and the deficiency was placed in your and your husband's name?
Yes, because my name was on it as well, but I was no longer living there.
Okay.
I was no longer making any of the payments. That was all on my ex-husband.
Didn't Craig quit high school
I believe so.
and he went to work in the logging, eventually worked different places, but he ended up in the logging woods?
Objection to leading?
I'm on cross.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but relevance, what is the relevance?
It's,
Well, let's cross. I'll let her go a little bit. Go ahead, please.
now I've almost forgotten what I said. Didn't he end up going to work in the logging woods to help provide for you, your family, when you were going through the divorce, as well as your mom?
I don't know that it was to provide for me, no.
Okay. So let's talk about what your mother went through. You remember appearing at the bond hearing for Craig?
Yes,
And that was on February the 19th of 2019?
I don't remember the date.
And do you remember writing a statement to the bond judge and
Yes.
reading that? Do you remember in that statement whether or not you said anything about the 3 times or being knocked down or slamming hand in the door or anything like that?
I have no idea what the statement was. I have no idea.
You would agree that that statement that was less than a month, well, about exactly a month after this accident occurred, would be the most accurate statement, right?
I was instructed to write the letter only about flight risk or risk to the community and nothing else.
And when you started the letter that way to the court, and you talked about it in court, you said no idea if he's a flight risk, no idea if he's a danger to the community. But then you went on to talk about the 17th. Do you remember making this statement, Leanne? The night of the 16th in the early morning, 17th, she called me to come to get her. She was screaming. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I went to Kansas City Road address. You remember that?
yes,
Through the window. You said through the window, the house was a wreck. You remember that?
I remember saying that about the Wade Hampton house.
Let me just finish and then I'll show you the rest of your statement.
Okay.
Through the window, the house was a wreck, broken furniture,
That's what I'm
broken
saying.
shotgun. Her
Like, this has
meds
to
were
be
thrown everywhere.
Yes.
her and now
She
the
begged for her
lady
keys
takes
and
her
wallet
and
so I
that's
could
none
take
of their
her
business.
home.
Yes.
Okay. I watched him slam
We're
her
not gonna
hand
say
in the
he
door, push her
her
down the
mom
ramp
said he had to
repeatedly,
help
Hmm.
and
her.
slam her head into the grill
Tell us
on the
some
porch.
shit.
Yes.
But then you wrote another statement. And in that statement, you specifically said that he threw her down 3 times
Okay.
and broke off a shotgun in her hip.
I did not see that.
Okay, you said that in this statement. You said you saw a broken shotgun.
Yes, I did
Okay.
see the broken shotgun. I did not see how it got broken.
And you said just a minute, and previously in another statement that there was somebody standing up in the camper at 2:00 in the morning.
Yes, when I was leaving, one of the guys, I don't know which one that lived in the camper, was standing there.
Okay, and you also, in that statement, said that this happened at 2:00 in the morning.
Yes,
And you stated when you were testifying on direct that your mother was outside. Didn't you previously say that it was dark, 2:00 in the morning, and your mother was seated outside?
I don't remember if she was seated. I know she was outside.
Okay, I'll show you your statement in a minute. And you said that she beat on the door, or did you just take her that first time? Was it the second time that she beat on the door?
I believe it was the second time.
And slamming the door, I think you said that he slung the door open.
Hmm.
Is there one of the chains on that door to stop it from going too far open? This is a mobile home we're talking about.
I have no idea if there's a chain or not.
And the entire time this is happening, you're in your car.
No,
You
I
got-
am standing right beside the ramp.
Now, Leanne, please tell this jury whether or not your mother was having a manic episode.
No, she was not.
Was she bipolar?
She was controlled bipolar.
Okay. Were there lights on outside?
I have no idea.
Okay. And did your mama
Lady's holding it together so much
previously
better
have
than I would
problems
have.
walking?
Because if you were talking to me like that
She had balance issues.
and
at
about my
one time.
mama like that,
Had they
I
resolved?
would have cussed her out
For
already.
the most part, yes.
What is for the most
She
part
would
mean?
still occasionally have an issue, but nothing major.
And is it your testimony that Craig threw her all the way down the wheelchair ramp?
He did push her all the way down the wheelchair.
And
ramp,
what
yes.
did, and she landed where and how?
She landed on the ground.
She, okay. to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 47. What is that a photograph of?
The wheelchair ramp.
Okay, where was your car parked?
I really could not tell you. I have no idea.
In that photograph,
Marcella,
on
that's
that
what I'm
night when you
saying.
saw all you say you
She
saw,
can bite her
you
tongue
can't
better than
tell
I
me where
can.
your
'Cause
car was
nope.
parked? How you pulled in the yard?
I have no idea. I pulled in over here in the driveway and came over here, but I don't know if I parked on the side or the back. I have no idea.
And is it your testimony that this entire ramp, when Craig came out, he threw your mother all the way down to the end and she landed on the ground?
Yes, he pushed her all the way down to the end.
And he did that by her falling down, or did he shove her out the door?
Well, one of the times he pushed her face into the grill and then pushed her down the ramp.
The grill we're talking about is where?
Right,
Right
Granny?
here at the top
I
of
would have been the
ramp,
one
right
sitting
outside the
there.
door.
And so you were
Not him.
standing
That
outside
was
of
my
on
mom.
your car?
I had gone up here to try to get her to leave because he was slamming her hands in the door when she was trying to open them.
Slamming. How many times did she slam? Did he slam her hands in the door?
Many,
Many being more than 10, less than 10? or
less than 10.
Less than 5?
I would say somewhere around there.
He slammed her hand in the door.
One
And
time
you
it's too
didn't go
many.
up on the porch, did
That's
you?
it.
Yes, I did.
My
And you
husband
grabbed your
slammed my
mama or you
hands in the
grabbed
door.
Craig?
I did not touch
They
her.
would have never found me.
Okay, you grabbed your mama?
Yes,
And did you do that after the first slam or the second slam, third slam, or fifth slam?
I grabbed her several times.
Okay, and she was hysterical, wasn't she?
She was.
She
She
wa-
wanted her medication and her belongings.
You tried to convince your mother not to go back?
I did.
And in your statement, you said not anything else except for she wanted her wallet so that she could buy cigarettes the next day.
She did.
And your mother smoked about 1 to 2 packs a day, didn't she?
About one.
Okay. And so every day she had to go buy a pack if she didn't have a carton, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's go to the hospital. In your statement that you referenced earlier, I think it's interesting, Leanne, that you said in that statement, he said she was playing around and caught herself on fire. Did you tell the jury that just a minute ago?
I believe so.
He is, okay. He said, I mean it. It's bad. You need to come home.
Right.
Okay. So do you make a distinction between playing around and caught herself on fire from she was burned, just plain she was burned?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's fine. This happened on
Yeah, this defense is arguing absolute invalid points.
January 17th,
Make 'em in there.
2019. Isn't it in fact correct, 12 days after this accident happened, you filed an emergency proceeding to become conservator and guardian of your mother? Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you hired Morrison Payne here in Walterboro to do that for you.
correct.
You filed an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, that your mother had third-degree burns over 50% of her body, and that she was set on fire by her husband, didn't you?
I would have to look at what was, because the doctors did say at first that. Okay.
You can't say what the doctor said.
You can't object to your question.
No,
Let's do this. I understand you've withdrawn the question. Don't answer it if you would.
did you give us affidavit with the court?
Yes,
Okay, let me show you the affidavit, and I'll ask you if that's your affidavit.
Granny, me too.
Leanne, I'm going to withdraw that question for now until I get the rest of the affidavit. Apparently, I don't have it all here, but if you would give me back that, I will show it to you.
Okay.
Why did you file for emergency proceedings over your mother?
Your Honor, just in reference to that affidavit, the state would request a copy of that once Ms. Bright Matthews gets all of it together.
Granted.
Thank
What-
you.
I will make sure I have it for her. Did you believe that your mother had been burned 50% of her body?
I did not have an exact number. I do know that one of the newspapers printed 50%.
Okay,
I do know the actual number was 38%.
okay. Now, you asked for emergency proceedings of probate court for something else. Do you know what you asked them to do? Okay. Didn't you ask the court to freeze all of Craig Lewis's and Terry Lewis's assets?
Yes.
Did you know at that time that you asked the court to do that 12 days after this matter occurred, that Craig had inherited a large sum of money that he had in safety deposit boxes? Did you know about that?
I knew he did have some, yes.
Okay. And you had that money frozen, didn't you?
I did not know where the money was. I had his assets frozen, yes.
And you knew that that was money he received from his uncle. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And your mother, that was not commingled money with your mother.
Not to my knowledge.
As a result of you freezing his assets, those assets remained frozen in the Bank of the Low Country, which was Bank of the Walterboro then, and South State. Is that correct?
I believe it was South State, yes.
And
I'm going to object to relevance. I'm not sure what freezing assets after Craig Lewis is accused of murdering her mom has anything to do with his actions that day or impeachment. How does this go to truthfulness or untruthfulness?
Your
I'm happy
Your
to hear
Honor,
from you.
it goes to motive. For her to give an untrue statement, it goes to her. And I have some additional evidence I'd like to show her. It goes to why she would make the allegation of murder, being that she is the only heir. She thinks she would be the only heir.
All right, overruled. I'll let her go into it. Thank you.
This is insane.
Ms. Keller, you remember us appearing in court on the 29th of January 2019 and your attorney producing that bank statement of Craig Lewis and Terry Lewis?
I do remember going. I don't know what I was given and what I wasn't.
You remember being shown that by Judge Amundson, the probate judge, and this is a statement date of 2019 February, where it has attached to it a check that was written by you on Terry and Craig Lewis's account and dated January 15th, 2019 for $1,200 that you admitted in court that you predated a check on Craig's account and your mother's account when your mother was incapacitated because the check was cashed by you and not signed by your mom on January 23rd. Do you remember doing that?
I never predated anything.
Well, did you cash a check on January 23rd before you became conservator of that account?
I was told to.
Your Honor, is that yes?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence.
Counsel, have a copy?
Yes, I
I
have.
do.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That will be what number? Where are we, Madam Court Reporter? 6. Defendant 6 without objection.
Now that you've had a chance to look at it, you did sign your mother's name when you did not have court authority to do so,
I had her permission, not court permission.
and your mother was intubated when you got to the hospital. This check was cashed.
When the issue of her deciding to leave Craig, she asked me for cash. I gave her cash.
Okay, and
So this was to return the cash to me that I had given to her.
okay, and it was dated on the 15th, predated, and then signed.
Not predated. It was
Okay.
written on the 15th.
And you received $1,200 on January 23rd.
Yes, when I came back to Walterboro to get my things.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence.
All right, again, council has, I think we already,
I have.
all right, that was defendant 6 without objection. Thank you.
Leanne, isn't it in fact true that only 4 days after your mother was accidentally burned, you started a GoFundMe account, didn't you?
Well, I was going to be traveling back and forth to Atlanta and living in a hotel for months to come. So yes, I did.
My question was simple. Did you start,
I did.
and you did that within 4 days of your mother?
Her answer was pretty simple to me too. She said yes and told you why.
Is that a copy of the GoFundMe?
Yes.
And tell the jury, if you would, how much money you got from that account immediately?
Does it say on here? Because I really don't know.
It says almost immediately you raised $2,530.
Over the whole period of time, yes.
They eventually took it down because of it involved another account you started that related to you telling Terry's story. You remember that? You did daily posts from the hospital in reference to your mother's progress.
I did, yes.
And because of that, they ended up taking down that post.
No, I took down that post. Because my job helped me live in Atlanta, so I did not need any assistance.
You didn't need any money at that time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that into evidence. As number 7.
7, no objection.
No objection.
Did you ever, on your postings that you made on Facebook, did you ever tell your readers that your mom recovered from her burns and went and was transferred to Charleston? You remember saying that?
I probably did, yes.
Okay. You never told them about the 2 falls she had once she was at NHC and back in Augusta, did you?
I don't know of 2 falls she had.
Okay.
I know of one.
And
Was this-
as
yeah,
a
she
result
did.
of that fall, what did you do? You were her guardian and conservator.
I was told she was not injured during the fall.
Right, Granny. What's the point?
Did Dr. Baumgardner or any of the doctors tell you about her lung being injured? And they had to have x-rays because of the fall.
Because of the fall? No, I was never told that.
Okay. Now, you love your mom.
Is that a question?
You loved your mom, didn't you?
Very
You
much.
supported her. You were always there with her.
I was.
Did you ever say that mom gave up her will to live?
She did.
When you realized that, you never offered withdrawal. Let's go back to the probate. Were you relieved by the court after a motion to compel was filed by the judge in probate court as conservator and personal and guardian for your mom?
I don't really understand that question.
Did they remove you as the conservator and of the estate and find you in contempt?
No, I filed to be removed when she passed away.
Okay, and in order to be removed, you had to turn over the financial documents.
Yes,
And by then, Morrison Payne had already stopped representing you, right?
yes, I was no longer using Morrison Payne.
And so then you had to, the court sent you a letter. You told them my mom has passed. So they told you you have to file an accounting.
Mhm.
And did you file an accounting?
I did not do it on time, no.
And then the court sent you a couple of letters, and then you ended up hiring Andy Shepard out of Somerville.
Yes, who helped me get it all taken care of.
And when you say taken care of, what does that mean?
He helped me file all the paperwork and financials that needed to be filed.
Leanne, I have an order here that was filed by the court on 2021, May 14th. And in it, the judge says, you as the conservator you're found in willful contempt of court for failing to perform your duties as conservator. And she goes on to say that you must file these documents. And then you later receive the help of Andy Shepard. And again, you're found in contempt of court, even with him, because, correct me if I'm wrong, anyway.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, what is the objection?
I would object on the basis of relevance. This is all stuff that occurred in probate court after the death of her mother, after.
Look at her face. She's
Leanne
like,
has
why the
given
frick are you
statements.
asking me all
Her
this stuff?
performance as conservator, I'm not sure has anything to do with her being a witness in this case or for the purposes of impeachment or anything like this. She already testified that this was about not timely filing something for a conservatorship. What does this have to do with this case?
Your Honor, again, I'm on cross. And if you would give me a little latitude, there's another order explaining.
We
the
know you're
contempt,
on cross,
which goes to
lady.
Financials and what she did with the money, with her mother's money as conservator. And that goes to veracity.
All right, we'll try to wrap it up in a few questions because I'm trying to figure the relevance out.
I am
Once the-
objecting to the entry of a contempt order for not timely filing.
Is that offered as an exhibit?
No,
Okay,
I
all right.
just showed it to her.
All right, thank you.
Leanne, I won't have to put in the document if you remember. Do you remember the court in August of that, right after that contempt
Henry,
order,
I know.
finding
It's
that
almost
you,
like she's trying
when filing
to
the accounting from when you were
put the death of
taking care of your mother's affairs,
her mom
she was in
on
the
her
hospital,
and not on
that
who
they
actually
found that you had spent $4,454.90 of her money and couldn't account for it. Is that right?
I could account for it, yes.
Were you found in contempt of court for not accounting for $4,494.90?
I was able to account for it. All of those were expenditures that my mother, during her time in Charleston, asked me to do, things she needed, things she wanted to do, things she wanted to do for the kids. So no, the court would not accept them, but I never really anticipated her having to continue the conservatorship considering she was 100% lucid. These were her requests for expenditures.
And all you had to do was list those expenditures for her to the court.
I
And they
did.
would have approved them. Didn't your attorney send a letter saying we can't find what she did with $4,400 worth of money?
I think we had the majority of it.
Well, what about the part of the order that says it appears that $1,832 of the expenditures were for persons other than Terry Lewis?
I have no idea.
You don't know about that? You don't remember going into the hearing and being asked by the judge about that?
That's been 5 years ago. I have no idea.
Your Honor, I would move this document into evidence.
What document?
I thought I gave it to you. This is the contempt.
I'm going to object again to
This
relevance.
is
I
my
believe,
bullshit.
Ms. Cronky has answered the questions. Again, this is just an accounting when she was a conservator for her mother, spending money at the request of her mother while she was taking care of her. This goes beyond.
I think it does. I'm going to sustain the objection on the
Thank you.
document.
Your Honor, if I could put on the record, if I could just, I've marked it as 8. If I could explain further the
Morning,
defense's
Kelly.
position.
Go ahead.
She's already expressed.
Maybe outside the presence of the jury would be appropriate since.
Probably not a bad idea. Let's do that. Would y'all take a quick break for me? Don't discuss the case while you're out. And
Lord help me, Funky. How was your lunch? Look, I just want to slap him. He's got that stupid shit-eating smirk on his face the whole time.
all right,
Your
yes,
Honor, if I can, in response under Rule 608 of the evidence of character, conduct, and bias of witness, under subsection C, it says,
Funky.
evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness either by examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. And I've shown that she cashed a check when her mother was incapacitated and before she received conservatorship. I've also shown that there are other instances where she has a motive for money. And the evidence that is there is an order of probate court 1.5 years, 2 years after this for conduct that she was displayed when she was conservator, showing that she could not account for money. She's not challenging that there's anything wrong with the document. She's challenging that she doesn't agree with it. So the document should come in.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is this. It was 2 years
Arizona, I hope so.
after.
But it references what she spent the money on doing the conservatorship. When I got Ms. Cronky to tell me in cross that once her mother died, she contacted the court. The court then sends her a letter saying you have to file an accounting of what you did during the 11 months you were conservator. That's when she said she went to get Andy Shepard to be her attorney. And that's where the problems, when he attempted to try to see what she had done with her mother's money, that's when the 6,000 plus was missing.
But
And
the
there's-
charges and allegations at that point had been made for 2 years, right?
No, but the motive for her making the allegations can be derived under 608.
Penny Riddle, who
by the
the
use of this,
Craig?
showing that she committed bad acts before a court, that she was in contempt, that she took her mom's money and she couldn't account for it.
Let me ask you this. How much more of this is there? Is this the last part of this chain? What
What's
else
even
is left
weirder,
in this
Penny,
particular
is
issue
the
with
fact
probate?
that Craig is only like 6
Oh,
months.
that's primarily
before
it for the
daughter.
probate, Your Honor. That's it.
All right. Happy to hear from the state again.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry,
God,
I misstated. Teresa caught me. That is not it. There's another issue, but just one other issue.
All right. Well,
Well,
might need to take that one up too, I guess.
I certainly
The husband
object
and the
to
daughter are
holding
the
some
same
sort of
age.
probate trial during a
That's so
murder
weird
trial,
to me.
particularly things that were filed.
Randy, yeah,
in
wouldn't that's a long ways from
2021,
South Carolina to Georgia.
August of 2021, 2.5 years after the murder of her mother. And it's regarding her performance as conservator. That has nothing to do with any allegations, any statements that she made in January of 2019.
It
Ms.
cost
Wright
me over
Matthews
$100 to pick my
has
kid up a
made the
month,
point, if her
driving
point
from our
is
house
that she had something financially to
Atlanta.
gain, she has made that point.
twice a month.
We don't need to get bogged
Sometimes
down
3
in
times
these
a month.
probate court orders and documents.
So
and
imagine South
so
Carolina.
this attorney did this and this attorney did this. I mean, this causes jury confusion. And if I may finish, it is
Ooh,
not at
attitude.
all relevant to this case nor to the impeachment of this witness. She has impeached her on the financial aspect. And I will say also, Ms. Bright Matthews says that she has proven that, or shown the court that she took money from her mom before she was conservator and after, when her mom, was unconscious. No. Ms. Kellum, Ms. Cronky testified that that check that has been entered has the date on it of January 15th of 2019. And it was to pay her back for cash that she gave her mother when she was trying to leave the marriage. So that's going to be up to a jury to decide, but these probate matters, we're getting down in the weeds and this is not relevant.
Your Honor, I don't have to, as I understand under 608 and under cross-examination, if I'm going to the credibility of a witness, I don't have to give relevant stuff to a murder. My client is facing a very, very serious charge. And she is the only one that says that there was any circumstantial evidence or connection to this burn. Of course, the first thing I did was research any contact she has had with law enforcement, as well as research any bad acts that would go to her credibility, so that this jury can adequately review whether or not she has motive bias or any reason to lie to them. The arguments that counsel is making, those may be very good arguments. But my question to Ms. Cronky was, didn't you admit to the court that you did this, signed that check, signed your mom's name to that check, signed that check when your mother was intubated? The jury can weigh it as they choose. 608 is clear. I don't know what else I can do. This defendant has a right to defend himself. I'm sorry that there's a lot of bad faith and credibility issues, but just like I allowed them to go down every picture that they took and all the evidence that was relevant and not relevant, this defendant should be able to go into all the bad acts or alleged bad acts.
Evidence in another woman's finances are completely different.
Witness.
Your Honor, it's not bad acts that would be relevant. It would be, instances of truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not bad acts. Also, while the jury is out, Ms. Bright Matthews questioned Ms. Cronky on a statement and asked about her saying that Craig broke a shotgun over her mother's hip. I believe that has opened the door to the victim's statement that she gave to Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Ms. Cronky replied, well, I didn't witness that, but that's information that came from that interview. And Ms. Bright Matthews questioned her about that on cross. So I believe I can get into that and ask her where that information came from.
Your Honor, it's still hearsay. What I question her about is, didn't she write it in that statement that she wrote to the court? That's all I said to her.
Let's stick with one issue at a time. So thank you for that. But so right now we're talking about the introduction none of the testimony with regard to the probate court. You've already asked, I believe,
No.
all of the questions that you've done. You've made that point that in fact, there was a ruling that was adverse to this witness in the probate court, and I guess there'll be some cross-examination about it. The question is, do we put in a court order from an entirely different court, from an entirely different proceeding, that seems honestly cumulative to what you have already asked her, because it's just going to say exactly what you just asked her, I guess.
Your Honor, those photographs that the state put up in its case in chief are cumulative. I should be able to put up an order from, and I have probate court records custodian on subpoena. I should be able to put up the fact that she was found of mismanaging her mother's money and using it for herself. I also have,
Why would that put her in a position to be less than truthful in this case?
If
Though?
you would-
That's the part I'm just
Your
not
Honor,
getting.
without me divulging the rest of my cross-examination on her, I can't at this time.
All
And I
right.
apologize to you.
So
If
because
so,
the
we can
state
hold that evidence in abeyance.
put in
I don't have to
evidence
say-
and
say
pictures
it,
of what
but I
happened,
can promise you.
Well,
gives
then I
her
would
the
ask
right
for a
to
proffer outside of the jury's presence, which is
punish this
I don't
lady
think
for
that's
something she's
situation.
already gone to court for. That's
I
insane.
don't think that is necessary. I think Ms.
This
Swanson
judge is
has a
even
problem
confused. Like,
with
what the
fact
hell
that
is happening right
I
now?
have information
Just tell her no and move on.
that conforms to 608. There's nothing I can do about that. I have to present it.
The-
Or either I'm not protecting my client.
I understand the balance
I'll be
of
right back. I have to change a
the
diaper.
probate information then. You said first that was going to be it if we wrapped this issue up, but then you said maybe not, maybe there's more.
Yes, there is one more.
And when you say one more, you mean one more document? I'm not asking you what.
One more, I don't have to put in the document if she responds to what she filed. It's just a question about, did she file something and what the court, whether or not she knew she had to turn something over.
All right. And then that's the ballot, that's everything in the probate issue.
Yes.
Which again, I'm struggling with, but mindful of the rights of the defendant and the rights of the state. I think I'll let you go a little further with it, but once those everything you have described is asked, then you are done with the probate issue. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
And am I to understand that these documents are not going to go back to the jury?
I plan on moving that contempt regarding the $6,100 and at the appropriate time that the court considers that motion.
Can I look at that? I haven't actually seen that court
I would
order.
object to the documents going in if testimony has been given to such. It just causes jury confusion. It is cumulative. I know Ms. Bright Matthews thinks that pictures taken during a murder investigation are cumulative. This is not part of the murder investigation. That,
But the witness is a key witness. I get that.
Your Honor, I'd like to,
Give me just 1 second.
I don't think I use that, but
Mhm.
Now, this order says she's purged of contempt and then requires some,
because of an agreement regarding her paying the money back. If you go further in there,
all right, and this is what has been marked
as
as
8.
defendant 8. And I think right before somebody handed this to me, counsel, did you have
I
something?
had, it was the same document.
Same document. All right,
Whatever. she's
Roses, I
intending.
agree.
okay.
This is stupid.
All right. So with
If you
regard
ask
to
me,
8, I think I may have
none
ruled
of this
adverse
is
to this a minute
necessary.
ago, but with regard to 8, I'll allow it. And I don't know where you're going
I
with
have
the
to
rest
heat
of
the
it,
baby
but I'm
up some
guessing
lunch,
there's an
but I'm here.
objection, but let's go ahead
Or
and bring the
just
jury
take me a
back
minute
in.
before he
and,
has to take a nap. He's got to eat
We'll
some
allow
lunch.
8.
All right, and then
Yell at
regarding
me.
opening the door to where that information came from,
Don't bring the jury back in right yet.
because the way it makes it sound, Judge, is when that she just made up that information, and that's different from what she just testified to. But in fact, that information was agreed upon to not be admissible because it is hearsay, but when defense brings it up and
I don't
asks,
really think the question was designed to elicit that response. I think that would be a pretty extreme sanction to open that up and allow that entire interview based on that one comment.
she did ask a specific question. Didn't you say that in that statement that a shotgun was broken over your mother's head?
That was in the courts at the bond hearing statement. The statement, I specifically kept referring her to her statement that she made at the bond hearing on February 19th.
Right, and what was the purpose of that?
Asking
To
her what she,
impeach her.
Let's
Asking
let's
not
do this. I'm
impeaching.
not gonna allow that in at this time, but be extremely cautious, if you would, about anything having to do with that, because if there's any more about it.
got it.
All right, so could you please bring the jury back in?
And turn on the air. Oh, I'm okay. They're cold, so I'm
This
okay.
place has good air. It's 71? Yeah. Just leave it where it is, I think, wherever.
That should never put me out of the box.
Mhm. All right, thank you all so much. We had a matter we needed to take up outside of your presence. As I instructed you early when we started this procedure that we might have those moments, and this was one of those moments. So we'll now be back on. My understanding is Defendant's Exhibit 8 is offered and is admitted despite the objection of the state. So
Leanne, did you have to file, we talked earlier about an inventory and appraisement where you had to account for all the money. In that inventory and appraisement, did you also put a notation in there about a Globe Life life insurance policy?
I can't tell you exactly what I put in there, but yes, was paying the policy.
And when you were paying the policy, you also had the ability as your mother's conservator to handle her business, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you, what was the value of that policy? Wasn't it $30,000?
I think it was 25. It might have been 30, but I was thinking 25.
Did you change Craig's name to your name as beneficiary on that Globe Life policy?
At my mother's request, when she was lucid, yes. When she was in Charleston and things were going well and she had all of her mental capacity back, There were several things she wanted, and I took care of them all.
Throughout the 10-month period, when your mother was incapacitated, doctors, several doctors, 3 doctors, filed affidavits on your behalf for your mother stating that she was incompetent, incapacitated, and did not have the ability to take care of her matters, didn't she?
Many times, yes.
They filed those documents so that you could be conservator. Isn't that
Yes.
right?
That was before she regained consciousness and regained her mental function.
Did you handle your mother's funeral?
I did.
And you handled the arrangements at Bryce Herndon?
Yes.
And did you assist in preparation of the obituary?
Yes.
In that obituary, did you list Craig as the spouse of your mother?
No.
And you knew them to be married?
Yes.
You knew your mother had a hard time throughout her life because she had a hard time with the divorce of your father, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. Is this the marriage license? Is that your mom's marriage license to Craig?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the original?
Yes.
The Terry Lee Bennett is the same one that was married to your father, Tommy Bennett?
Yes.
And on that, it shows that at the time of their marriage, he was 27 years old and your mother was 49. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And they lived together for some time since he was 17 years old. Isn't that correct?
Once again, I'm not sure of the exact age. I know he was young, but I don't know the exact age.
Course indulgence, real quick. Would you agree with me if I said that the day that Craig called you, telling you to hurry up, that he was distraught and upset?
He was panicked. Yes, he was distraught.
And he was in the room when you got there. He didn't just abandon your mom in the hospital, did he?
No, he was there. He absolutely was there when I got there.
And you absolutely saw Craig slam your mama's hands into the door the night before. And
Several times.
And you love your mom.
Yes.
And yet you took your sick mother back to that house, didn't you?
To Kansas City?
Yes.
Yes, because she did not have keys to get into
Well,
her
how'd
own
you,
house.
you never got them. How did you get in the house?
One of the doors happened to be unlocked.
Oh, okay. And you went in or did your mom go in?
We both went in.
Okay. Did you spend the night with her?
No.
Okay. Why didn't you call the police? You didn't do that, did you?
She begged me not to.
Okay.
She promised me, she begged
Okay.
me not to.
But you are her daughter. At the time, you know she's a cancer survivor. You know she's bipolar. You know she has many strokes. You'd gone to the hospital with her when she was complaining of falling. And you also knew that she had lithium poisoning and she would just walk and fall. But yet you never said anything to the cops. You could have left her at Wade
That was
Hampton.
years previous.
Years previous. Did you know that previously she also was diagnosed with dementia?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. But you went with her to her appointments, didn't you?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that after you appeared here as a victim, Craig ended up on an ankle monitor and had a pretty high bond?
I mean, that's a matter of opinion.
Did your mom love Craig?
She did,
Did Craig love your mom?
yes.
Did your mom appear to just lose the will to live?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to answer that in whole.
Did you ever write a post that your mom was failing to thrive? Because and I believe you told us jury earlier that she wasn't eating or anything, right? Am I characterizing it wrong? I don't want to.
No, you're not. I mean, there's reasons for it, but I just can't say what that is, so.
Leanne, you've been sworn to tell the truth here today.
Absolutely.
Are you willing to admit that after a long relationship with Craig, you were once pregnant and got the abortion, and that Craig, as well as your father, paid for the abortion when you were 23?
That is not true.
Relevance?
Very relevant, goes to motive.
20
The witness
plus
is
years
now
later.
answered. The witness has answered, so.
Thank you.
All right. Leanne, Miss Bright Matthews covered a number of things with you. Let me see. I don't know. Is this yours? Are these the exhibits? Are they
That was as low as you could possibly go. That was absolutely uncalled for. And that judge should have said something.
I think there's a GoFundMe exhibit somewhere. Oh, that's what.
I think all that's still up here. And the marriage license is still up here.
It was not.
So not only drill her about her mom that has
All
died,
right, Leanne,
but embarrass her to the world because everybody's
I'm going
watching.
to show you
She
what
knows it's being televised.
defense
That's
entered as defendant's exhibit.
as
number
dirty as you could
6,
possibly
and this
get.
involves the check that you were questioned about.
Yes,
What is the date on that check?
115.
All right, and is that predated?
No,
When did your mama die? Or, I'm sorry, when was the burn accident?
the burn accident was on the 17th.
Okay, so that was written 2 days prior to the burn accident, the burn incident, correct? 2 days prior?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and what did you say?
Emery, yeah, you're not
the
kidding.
check
That
for?
I am livid. That made me so mad.
She had decided after an incident on the 13th that she had to find a way out. She asked me to give her cash.
Objection, Your Honor. I've tried to give her latitude, but she's hearsay.
This is redirect from what she was asking during cross about the check. I believe Miss.
I think she can go into it a little bit. I mean, again, it was an issue that you brought up, so go ahead.
Okay, so she had just,
Excuse me, let's not get into a whole lot, if anything,
Sure.
of what she said, but.
sure, okay. But it was for what?
To repay me for the cash that I had given her.
Okay. This GoFundMe defendants number 7. looks like $2,500 raised and some change. Did that begin to cover your travel expenses to and from Atlanta?
No. And I started that because I was asked to, because I was getting hundreds of messages wanting to help and send money and, so I did start that.
Okay. And for a period of time in probate court, is it fair to say that you were representing yourself without a lawyer? I'm just trying to get to the matters that Miss Bright Matthews crossed on.
Right, it is leading, but I'll allow a little bit of it just for efficiency. So you may answer.
Yes, and then I realized I had no idea what I was doing.
Let me
so
just
I
say, I'm glad
reached out
this
to them.
judge,
Okay.
even though
Is it
it's
a
the same
confusing
courthouse,
process?
was not in the Murdaugh trial. Could y'all imagine that crap? This judge has
Let
no.
me ask you this. Are you
There
living
women
high
doesn't-
on the hog as a result of
They're not
the death of your mother?
Bigfoot. Don't be scared. Put your foot
Would you
down.
rather have your mother here than any money that you got out of any of this?
Well, the majority of the money went to her funeral expenses.
Okay. And obviously, I would think that you would rather have your mom here than $1,200 or a trip to a shoe store that she wanted you to take the boys to.
Yes.
Okay. Leanne, is everything that you testified to here today the truth?
100%.
Thank you.
Leanne, you were asked about that $1,200 check, but you told the jury about freezing the safety deposit box that you said was in your mom's.
Objection, this is outside the scope of redirect.
She talked about the $1,200.
I know that, and the question can be about the 1,200, but you're asking her about a safe deposit box that was not part of the redirect.
It actually is technically, because as a part of that, she's saying that was her mother's way of getting money when she had access to
Hold on,
$1,200.
I think it's beyond the scope of the redirect, so sustain.
Leanne, she asked you about living high on the hog and what you stand to gain. Don't you stand to gain $50,000 if Craig goes to prison for hurting your mom?
I don't believe it's that much.
Don't you think she'd
$47,500.
rather
I
have her
believe
mom
the house
for
was sold for
$50,000?
$80,000 and $40,000 was.
I would
put
take my mama
in
over anything. And I
probate
still have
in
my
escrow.
mom.
Your Honor, this is also outside the scope of redirect.
No, it
I
goes to
believe it
the,
is. I don't remember hearing anything about that.
No, and I would
It's-
ask that to be stricken
she
from the
asked
record.
whether she stand to gain anything, and
I did not. I asked her if she was living high on the hog.
and then she went on to say, is there anything you stand to gain?
I did not ask that.
Well, let's do this. Members of the jury, we're going to take another quick break and take up a matter outside of your presence.
Granny, I agree. I feel that way about my great grandmother. That woman was my world. I can only imagine when it would be my mother, how that would make me feel. This makes me so angry for her.
Can you see when the doors?
Funky, he just needs to put his foot up their ass
Kind of a good angle.
and make this lady act right and quit asking questions that has absolutely nothing to do with how her mom was killed. They really threw her having an abortion in her face. What the?
Swanson's questions.
Oh,
I think it was really
I'm
near
so
the end.
angry right now.
Let us know what those were.
Pie on the hog.
Hmm?
Pie on the hog.
It was high on the hog. It was
High on the hog.
Pie on the hog.
High on the hog.
Just one moment.
Right, Granny, that's not hard enough for somebody to maybe have to deal with. I don't know. I personally have never been in that situation. I don't know how it makes you feel. But That should never be thrown in your face, if you've had it or not. Clearly, I have none. I have 4 children. I have a zoo over here, but I'm not going to judge somebody if they have. That's nobody's business. And it damn sure shouldn't be something thrown in your face years and years later. Right, Godzilla. They're doing nothing but trashing the daughter who lost her mom. And it never gets easier. My mom lost her mother, and so I know that it never gets easier that you've lost your mom. Right, never should that be brought up.
And is everything that you testified to here today?
I didn't hear that, Ms. Brain Matthews.
Where's the lady typing everything out? Have her pull it back up
This is what she used
and
to
prove
write
that
for
she didn't
living
say
high on the
whatever it is
hog.
they were trying to
She
argue about.
opened it. I didn't open it.
But we were dealing with specifics, and the specific you got into was not something at all on redirect. In fact, I don't think did we hear about $47,500 and at all in any of
When
this?
she said that about her living high on the hog, and
I don't think living high on the hog opens that. I think, again, you're restricted to what was in redirect on recross, and I just don't think that was in there. Would there be other questions on recross, or would that conclude?
Hey, Nicole!
So my plan
Darzilla,
then
I would have got up right
would
then
be
and walked
to bring
out
this jury
of the
back
court.
in. Is there nothing else then for this?
And on my
witness?
way next to
Nothing
her,
else
I
for
would have
this
told her to go
witness.
fuck
All right,
herself.
bring this jury
I'm
back in
telling
and give them
y'all.
an hour.
When it comes to my
for
mama
lunch.
boy, I
Does
do
that
not
work? Or
play.
is there another, does that work
And
with
it'd be even
your
worse.
schedule? Should we take one more
Oh shit
witness?
about my
before we
mom
lunch?
if you want.
The next witness I would call would be Jason Chapman. I don't have a ton for him. I don't know how long Ms. Bright Matthews would want him on the stand. He just kind of fills in some things. We could certainly call him or wait till after lunch.
Since we don't know, maybe we'll just wait till after lunch. Does
Sure,
that,
whatever the court.
does that work?
yes, for scheduling purposes, when will SLED? be
SLED
here?
is here now, so they will be prepared to testify right after Jason Chapman. So everyone will be ready to go as soon as we come back for lunch.
All right, I'm thinking an hour even. It's 12:10. Probably the best thing we can do. All right, let's bring them back in then, please.
Maybe the judge will get his big boy panties on whenever he goes to lunch. He'll stand up to these people. Has anybody heard from Sarah this morning? I know she said she wanted to watch, but I haven't seen her this morning. I'm gonna go put the baby down for a nap. I'll be right back.
There's a little oil on that chair, it sounds like. All right, we've taken up a matter of law. I'm going to ask you to disregard the last question. I don't think there was an answer that defense counsel asked. Also, we're going to break for lunch for 1 hour, so 1:15, I guess. And standard instructions, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with others. Don't read any news reports, anything like that during lunch. Any questions? All right, we'll see you. And anything else from council?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and I'll do that after. Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right. Any objection to excusing the witness?
None from the state.
Yes,
Okay. Is she under subpoena?
yes.
Okay, well then,
And she's been here as a victim in the gallery.
all right.
Well, I think she intends to stick around
Yeah.
anyway, but
Well, you're excused from the stand. How about that? We're going to eat lunch, but you're not excused from the trial or the stand. Anything else for the record?
Nothing.
All right, we'll see you at lunch. Thank you.
All right, just in time. I just put the baby down for a nap. What do y'all think so far? It's absolutely insane. A BBL? What are you talking about, Funky? That one got, Lord help me, Funky. That one got me a little heated right there for a few minutes. Oh, okay. Be back later. I thought you were talking about a Brazilian butt lift or something. I was like, what are you talking about? Darzilla, I think I have to agree with you. He's guilty, but I don't know if they'll convict him, but he's a POS. Yeah. I don't know why they had to bring up all that stuff on the daughter that has absolutely nothing to do with court. Except for to embarrass her and make her feel like crap about herself. That's all that did. Funky, I'm so serious. That's what I thought you were talking about. Okay, we'll go to the bathroom. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I don't even have words. None. The heck was that? Oh, my tea pitcher. None at all. I really have got to go take a shower. Would y'all hate me so much if I took a shower while they're on lunch? Oh, Juicer, you weren't here whenever I was talking about it. It's the Florida baby. A babysitter left a 10-month-old baby in the car, in a hot car, and the baby obviously died. So that's what that trial is about. It started today, but obviously we're watching this one. So I think that will be the next one that we cover. Okay, I might just do that. I have to give Logan a few minutes. If not, he'll be up rummaging through my entire house while I'm trying to take a shower. The other day, he threw monster trucks at me while I was in the shower. So I'm gonna give him a few minutes to go to sleep. You haven't seen Sarah yet? No, I haven't either. I don't. She must be busy with her kids. It's okay. I know she said she homeschools, so. You gonna go take a shower too, Granny? I'm sure all of you with multiple kids know that once they're all home, you're not getting anything done. Especially not if you're by yourself. See you tomorrow. What is today? Wednesday? Oh shoot. This week's gone by faster than I thought. I guess because I slept Monday away. Roses, this is a murder trial. And yeah, I agree. He needs to be on the stand. Do you all think they'll put him on there? Hey, Chris Marie. You know exactly what I'm talking about, girl. Do y'all think they'll put Craig on stand? Or do you think it'll be like Leilani Simon and it'll be too damaging if they put him up there? Because so far he has showed zero emotion, which is only day 2, you know. But what do y'all think? Juicer, you don't think they will? You don't think so either, Granny? I don't think he will either. Which I think is crap. I think anybody that's on trial for murder should have to be put on the stand. That's just me, though. I don't think it should be an option, nor do I think it should be an option for them to just not show up to court, like some of them. I think they should be there every day and have to see everything everybody else is seeing. So, Emery, you don't. Moonlight, you don't. It doesn't look like anybody's going to. Yeah, Chris Marie, yeah. I feel you. I feel you. Oh no, that's just my idea of how a court should be run. Obviously, I'm not a judge. But that's just my personal opinion. Because who was it that had the option of Roses? Yes, ma'am. Hey, Michelle. Mitchell, I'm sorry. Golly. Nicole, that's weird. Try to close the entire YouTube out and come back and see if that works. Yes, thank you, Chris Marie. Adam Montgomery. I think that was absolutely ridiculous. They should always have to be there, if you ask me. They should have to be there. They should have to testify. They should have to face what they've done. There should never be an option to be a coward and not be there. It's been like this for 2 days. Yeah, I would check maybe for an update. That's weird. Mine always acts up like when it needs an update. Or when the updates first, when they come out and I hadn't updated mine, but that's usually my luck. Let me email this teacher back. They're talking about choir shirts, and I can't remember if we sent in money for Addison's choir shirt or not. This schools, I swear, they're gonna break the bank. They gotta have money for everything. Every day it seems like they need something. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know. I think he intended on, this is my opinion, he intended on getting rid of her, trying to make it look like she did it because she was diagnosed bipolar. And then collect on that life insurance money. Well, when things didn't go as planned, then he changed his mind and just brought her to the hospital after he changed her clothes and everything else with third-degree burns on her body to make it look like, oh, it was an accident. I think he was in it for a life insurance policy or money. I don't think, that's just what I think. I don't think it was an accident. If it was an accident, I think he would still have gotten upset even 5 years later for the loss of his wife in such a tragic way. But I've not ever lost another half, so I can't say it gets easier in 5 years. I don't know. Maybe some of y'all have and you could say that, but to me, especially if my life was on the line, I'd be showing some emotion. It's not a death penalty case, but if I was facing prison time, boy, I am not built for that. I'd be freaking out. He don't seem to have a cure in the world. I don't know. Roses, they need to quickly put an end to that, because that is absolutely not necessary. But you know what? To me, it's just going to make that, if I was in the jury, which obviously I'm not, I'm on YouTube talking about the case with y'all. But if I was in the jury, that to me would put a bad taste in my mouth for her, for one. And two, like, do you have to go that low to try to prove he's innocent if he's really innocent? You don't have to go, no. The judge should have stopped that very quickly, though, so shame on him, too. Kind of crazy. If y'all were a judge, would you ever allow something like that? You could tell my answer would be hell no. Moonlight, you wouldn't either. I don't think most people would. I don't think most judges would. I don't know what this one's problem is, but maybe he's tired from staying up watching the election all night. No, I was kidding. I don't know, but it's just crazy to me. Maybe he's tired like we are. Most of what the defense talked about shouldn't have been allowed, but it had nothing. Yeah, Darzilla, that I agree with that. Her finances, her possibly going into bankruptcy, her doing the things she did for personal reasons should have never been thrown in her face. That's not, she didn't kill her mom. I could understand if, well, first of all, an abortion should never be, ever be thrown in your face, no matter what the situation is. But the financial aspect of it, if she murdered her mother, I could understand that stuff being brought up, but she didn't. She's not the one on trial for murdering her mom, so it should have never been brought up. A bankruptcy, what? That's not any of their business. Moonlight, I'm exhausted too, because y'all know I got off of here and I told y'all I'd be asleep in 5 minutes. Was I? Hell no. I went and laid down. I took my contacts out and went straight to bed. And then I laid there till after 1 o'clock this morning watching JLR cover the case, the election. I was awake until they announced it. And then I fell asleep. So I didn't get to see the speech. Emery, go have your lunch. It's lunchtime. I'm actually gonna go take a shower while we're on break, and I'll have it on my phone so I can hear if they do come back. I shouldn't be that long. I just have to wash my hair, and then I could turn my camera back on so I don't look so ratchet. Because right now I look like death done over. Because I way overdid myself and feel like absolute garbage this morning, so I'm hoping a hot shower will help. Moonlight, did you see it this morning? I didn't have time to watch it this morning. I was too busy getting kids ready for school and taking one to school and setting the live up, and then I did decorate one of my Christmas trees today, so there's that. But anyway, so they'll be back in about 45 minutes. So I'll be back before that. But if not, then we'll be back in 45 minutes. So y'all don't leave me. I mean, you can leave for now, but come back. Don't make me sit here and talk to myself the rest of the court day. Y'all are gonna make me put my Christmas decor up way earlier than I normally do. Nicole, do it. It's not worth all that work just to leave it up for a month, less than a month. Well, my stuff comes down Christmas Day, which is why it goes up early. Christmas night, my entire house full of Christmas is packed up. Because by that point, I'm tired of fighting kids with the trees. But I will be back. I'm going to get me a shower. All right, I'm back. I feel better. Well, I feel clean again. Not better, but I'm clean. So it counts for something. Did everybody get coffee or lunch or go to the bathroom? I think Funky fell in. Hey, Darzilla. Ooh, the Delphi case rested. Moonlight, I may need more coffee, but I wonder how that case will go. That'll be interesting. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich and coffee. Well, that sounds good. Sounds pretty good. I've already had 2 cups and it's not doing any good. They should be back in like 2 minutes, I think, according to my phone, but I don't remember exactly what time they went on break. Roses. Jet lag, hello if you're still here. I wonder how many, oh, there's words. People are talking again. You feel much better, Funky? I was wondering if you fell in. Moonlight, yeah. Penny Riddle's still here. Mine's just from being sick, I think. Well, staying up late did not help at all. Let me not say that helped, but it definitely did not. However, being sick did not help either. It isn't helping. So being up late and not feeling good did me in. I will, of course, have to go at like 1:30 and pick Brooklyn up, and I'll be back just like yesterday. Preschool doesn't ride the bus, so I have to go pick her up. There is a lot of sickness going around Moonlight. My whole family has been sick on and off. I was lucky enough to not get any of it. Okay, thank you. So they should be back soon then. However, it's come back with a vengeance, and I'm the only one that's sick, thankfully. I've tried to stay out of the babies' faces so they don't get it. My older kids want nothing to do with me unless they need money or want something, so I don't have to worry about them catching it because they just stay in their rooms. Okay, Funky. Oh, here they come. Moonlight, I'm so for real too. They're 9 and 12, almost 13. They don't want anything to do with mom. I'm not cool anymore. So unless they need money or something else, they don't talk to me. Any minute now. These breaks really suck. I mean, I know they're necessary, but when you're not there and you're just sitting at the computer watching, they kind of suck. They start back up, I'm gonna go get coffee again too. They do seem to take forever. Like, this is the longest hour ever. I've already showered, talked to y'all. I mean, I should have made coffee before I came back, but I didn't. That's why you have me. I'm under the weather, so I'm pretty boring.
Y'all be seated, thanks.
Here they come. That judge's hair kills me. It's as bad as Craig's.
All right.
I don't
Anything to
understand.
take up for the record
holding on to
before we
hair
bring the
that
jury
you don't
back in?
have anymore. If you're a woman, I can
Please bring them
understand
back.
holding on to every last hair that you had, but a man, I don't know. I don't get it.
They're not all back yet.
Oh, they're not all back. Okay. I thought 115, but
Oh, it's still 115.
yeah. All right. Well,
Darzilla.
wait a minute then.
It is weird hair. I eat pretty slow to begin with, Darzilla. I can't imagine eating any slower. They'd be waiting on me to finish eating. Hey, Reggie. Reggie, yeah, that was absolutely disgusting and uncalled for.
Are they
I
all back?
don't understand it.
All right. Bring them in then, please.
Either that robe makes him look like his shoulders are extremely broad, or they're just extremely broad.
Did you get some lunch? Sorry. Okay. Do you want that still up there, or is that good? Okay. No, I just didn't want it to be a part of your recording thing.
I think Craig dyes his hair. Maybe shoulder pads, you think?
Did everyone get something to eat?
I didn't know shoulder pads was a
And did
thing.
everyone follow the instructions about discussing the case, etc.? Great. Thank you so much.
I remember my mom
Please
having
call your
shoulder
next
pads
witness.
in her
Thank you, Your Honor.
blouse
State
when I
Class
was a
Jason
kid, but
Chapman.
you think he dyes his hair too? I need something stronger than coffee. Espresso or something. Look at that one stupid patch of hair go. Moonlight, no, it's not. I need a Red Bull or
The testimony you're about to give before shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do, ma'am.
Take a seat and witness stand. State your name again.
an espresso IV maybe.
My name is Jason Walker Chapman, last name CHAPMAN.
The hair on this
Thank you,
one,
Captain
what the
Chapman. Can you tell the court where you're employed, how long you've been there, and any specialized training or anything of the sort that you have involving law enforcement in your career in law enforcement, and also fire?
Yes, ma'am. So I have, I've been in law enforcement 27 years. I did my first run at the Walterboro Police Department. I was there until January 1 of 2013. That's when I shifted over to the sheriff's office. I have been with the sheriff's office since January 1 of 2013. I am an instructor, multifaceted. I do firearms. I'm the range master. I do less than lethal instruction. I do taser. I instruct active aggressor. I do active shooters for the schools. I am over all of investigations at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, all of special operations at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I have received training through the FBI Command College. I've received training through, I'm trying to run back through all these years.
You can refer to
I was going
whatever
to say,
you
I might
need
have to read you a list off. Unlike the doctor, I don't have mine all chronological. Hostage negotiator, forensics investigation, crime scene processing, pretty much anything to do with the crime scenes. As far as the fire side, I actually got certified with the South Carolina Fire Academy at the age of 16 for exterior firefighting at that time. I then got certified as interior firefighter at 18. I have since then gone to classes or been part of trainings for everything from auto extrication to pump operations to wildland fires. I've also received law enforcement training and fire training for investigating arson or potential arson. I have maintained that certification with the fire department throughout my tenure as a law enforcement officer while I was at the Walterboro Police Department. I was also a dual role there for we were firefighter and police. So I've maintained those certifications all these years.
Okay, so that's specialized training that you received, but have you ever been qualified as an expert in arson investigation?
Not in arson investigation, no ma'am.
Okay, so you can't testify to an opinion, but can you testify to things that you typically see and based on your experience and training in investigating such cases?
Rule 5, Brady, objection, that I think needs to be taken up outside of the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a quick break. So take up the matter of law outside of the presence.
Every hairdresser in that county needs to be fired.
There it is.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the defendant in this case within days of being hired to represent Mr. Lewis, filed a Rule 5 in Brady. I also filed a motion to compel years later in reference to requesting additional items of evidence or information the state intends putting into evidence. The state has never included a report of any kind from this investigator. I've never received anything from Mr. Chapman or the state of South Carolina regarding anybody involved in fire investigation. And I would object to the state now being able to come, since we have not been able to ascertain that information, and we can't even rebut whatever she's saying. I've received no certifications from him or anything of what he had on the 19th, on January 19th of 2019. They've not provided me with anything.
Marcella, it looks like he has a slip-on
Jason
vein
Chapman
in the-
was at the scene.
Well, of course, I hadn't heard any of that offered yet, but I'm happy to hear from you on this witness.
Jason Chapman did not do a report, Judge. I was simply going to ask him about things that he observed at the scene.
He has not testified to what his certification was. He's not provided me or this court his actual certification in that area. My entire career representing defendants in Colleton County, Jason Chapman, I knew he served as a volunteer when he was young, but I've never had the opportunity to even inquire of him of his experience of observing fire materials.
Well, let me make sure I understand. He's not being offered as an expert.
Correct.
He's giving his opinion on what he sees from the fire.
Oh,
And
that's
the
what unnerves
definition
them
of
having
expert,
somebody
just
come in to
going
talk about
in a
fire, huh?
soft kick way. If he's gonna give his opinion, he should at least provide this court with his fire certification. And she has not said any, I assume she's trying to elicit cause and origin information from him.
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
I think he said she was about to ask him about what, if he saw something, what it would typically show.
No, I was going to ask him about his specific observations from this specific crime scene that he went into.
But not any sort of opinion as to what may have caused it or anything like that.
No, not cause or origin.
For instance, I
No.
saw burned stuff over
He's
here, but no burned stuff over here.
Yeah, what the scene showed.
Simply a fact witness.
Correct.
And
Okay,
he was on the witness list.
correct. He was on the witness list,
Okay.
but nothing regarding any statements or observations. I think.
Well, I guarantee all those
had to-
god awful
No.
questions you asked
Yes,
the
Kelly
daughter
Patrick
weren't on
said
your
that
list either.
Jason came to the scene carrying a black briefcase, or I believe it was her, one of the officers said that.
Okay.
I think that was actually your client that said that.
Maybe,
Okay, but this
But-
witness, again, will not be, not even offered as an expert,
Correct.
will not be asked questions about his opinion, and sir, you understand you wouldn't give
I
your
do, sir.
opinion,
Yes, sir.
simply observations. Now, you did say something about what one might typically see, and that sounds like maybe that might stray into the area of an
Exactly,
opinion.
Darza.
No, just that he's worked arson cases before,
Okay,
but I mean, I'm not asking him for origin or cause or anything like that. We're just talking about.
Let's not
what he
ask me the
noticed at the
certified
scene.
questions that he's
Okay,
certified
but
on.
not a
Ask them
conclusion
about
drawn from what he
No
noticed.
conclusions.
Okay,
30 years ago.
I think what she has elicited from him so far violates Rule 702 in as much as he's already laid the foundation of all of his arson experience or investigation regarding fire. 702 is if scientific, technical,
He's
or
not even asked questions.
specialized
I
knowledge
answered them.
will assist the trier of fact to understand. That's what she's offering him as. Otherwise, she would not have gotten into all of the fire
well,
experience.
she hasn't offered him as an expert. Of course, we'll have a charge in a little while about experts and that sort of thing. I mean, that rule pertains to experts. He's not
Experts,
offered as an
right.
expert.
Right, and it's fairly typical to ask law enforcement about any specialized training and credentials that they've received throughout their career.
Yeah, I
There's
think
no
that's
rule
normal.
against that.
I don't have a problem with that. I understand.
That's all
that
she's
is the
done. She's
rule.
not asked him
However,
questions. Why is she getting
if she's
so
gonna ask that
antsy about him
evaluate
talking about
the
fire?
evidence, I do
'Cause she
believe
knows.
that violates it.
My understanding is the state is not offering this witness as an expert, will not seek conclusions or opinions from this witness, only observations.
Correct.
Okay. And my understanding is you don't object to observations, you would object to conclusions or opinions.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so as long as we stay within the lane, I
And
think,
as long as he doesn't characterize the evidence, because that can suggest a conclusion in some circumstances. If he were to say, oh, this is a.
This
weak
lady
bolt,
is
or
ridiculous.
This just it appeared to be a fresh so-and-so, that's
that would be,
suggest.
that would fall into opinion or conclusion, I agree. So, okay, I think we're all on the same page then. Is that right?
Okay.
All right, can you bring them back, please?
But what? Yeah, she's very annoying. Watch when she's able to ask him questions. She'll ask him all the questions that she didn't want the state to ask. Guarantee it. It just seems like the type of person she is. It's okay for you, but it's not okay for. Or it's okay for me, but not okay for you, is what I meant to say. Why do they not stand up for the jury to come in? That's kind of rude. I guess they did. But all those people in the back didn't.
Thank you. We did a 3-week civil trial a month or so ago, and the jury had to be removed repeatedly for the same sort of thing. One of the jurors came up with the idea of a cone of silence that would descend over the jury. And so, but I don't know if that will go anywhere. But thank you all. Again, we've had to take up the matter outside your presence, and it's handled. So please proceed.
Thank you. Captain Chapman, I think you had just finished talking about your various credentials, special training, and your experience in law enforcement. So let's move on. Were you employed by Colleton County Sheriff's Office January of 2019?
I was.
All right. And you're still employed by them today?
I am, ma'am.
And what is your current position?
Currently, I am over investigations, evidence, and special operations. That includes things, tactical operations, marine, water rescue, search and rescue, things of that nature.
Okay. And how many hats did you wear back in 2019?
All of those with the addition of being the intermediate between all the other divisions and the sheriff.
Okay. Did you help out in the investigation into the murder of Terry Lewis?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. Let me ask you this. There was a lot of talk about lack of body cams. Can you explain the sheriff's office policy at the time on body cams and why people did not have them?
Yes, ma'am. So at the time of the incident, we're talking January 17, 2019, the law that was passed in South Carolina mandating body cams, it was originally taken up in 2015. By the time it went through some modifications and all, went into effect in 16. And it mandates that all uniformed officers who do regular or routine contact with the public be provided body cams. It also stated that the state would provide funding for the purchase of those body cameras. It was not until, I believe, mid to late 17 that we actually got our first funding and got the cameras. that went to road patrol. That was what the funding was for. The funding that was initially provided was $3.4 million for the entire state that bought cameras and the hardware and the storage for all of the cameras. And it was divided out based on the number of officers you had in your agency that fit that criteria. So all of our uniformed patrol officers were issued cameras so that we could be in compliance with the new state law. Everyone else, we didn't have the money at the time to purchase cameras. It wasn't an option. It wasn't that individuals or divisions were given the option. It was that the money that was provided by the state went to purchasing those cameras for road patrol, and the officers didn't match what the law required. So January 17, 2019, only uniformed road patrol officers were the ones that were equipped with body cameras and in-car video systems. Detectives do not have in-car video systems and did not have body cams. It wasn't an option. And they're not allowed to wear a off-brand recording device because the evidence collected by the body cam systems that we use cannot be tampered with. It can't be deleted. It can't be overwritten. It automatically uploads to a server at the sheriff's office. That server's protected. In no way, shape, or form can anyone in the office manipulate that video. If they were to use an aftermarket video system or their own personal telephone or something like that, they could then potentially alter that evidence. So it was not allowed to use a $30 camera from Walmart as a body cam.
Okay. Did you respond at some point to the Wade Hampton home?
I did.
I
ma'am.
can't.
All right.
You can get his
And
name.
did you go into that house?
That's killing me.
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you assist with the execution of the search warrant?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures just to refresh your memory, and then I'm going to put them up on the screen and just have you describe
Juicer, you
various
not the
things
same
that you noticed
arguing.
in these
That's what
items. This is
This guy should be testifying or not.
25, 30,
Nothing really.
and 33. If you can just flip through
Except for his
those,
hair,
see if you
It looks like-
recognize those
clip-in
as
bangs.
pictures from 273 Wade Hampton.
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm going to start by publishing States 21. What room is this in the house?
When you come in from the garage or the carport area, this was the first room that you encounter. Be classified, I guess, as a den or a living room.
Okay, and what is, if you're looking at it as we are right now, what is to the right?
The steps that you see in the far right-hand corner, that goes up and into the actual body of the residence. I believe, I'm going to say maybe the next room is the kitchen, possibly.
Okay, what is to the right of that gray chair?
There's nothing right there right now. That should be where the stove area is.
Okay, that's where the stove is,
Yes, ma'am.
to the right of the gray chair.
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you notice about the living room?
When I got there, I assisted the other two detectives that were primarily collecting evidence, mostly for observation. And there were discolorations on the floor that had wet spots. Can't tell you what the wet spots were, but there were discolorations on the floor. There was also melted material that was strewn around the room. There was some of that melted material that was visible on some of the furniture. If I'm not mistaken, I believe like the TV stand had some strewn across it. Also the actual stove itself, or fireplace, if you want to call it, had some of that on it. And some charred or burnt remnants. There were also some bloody, what appeared to be footprints, and some blood in some random places on some of the other furniture.
Did you notice any charring or singeing on the floors?
There was some,
And characterizing singeing. Has to be stricken.
Did you notice
Attorneys,
any
please disregard the question. Go ahead.
damage to the floors?
there was visible damage.
States 33. Can you describe what we're looking at here? What did you observe?
So this would be an image of the stove or fireplace that I was referencing earlier. When you shut the stove or fireplace, the left door has to shut first, the right door will shut over the top of it, kind of like the doors do on the back of a SUV in order for them to shut securely. There's some black substance that is all over both exterior doors there.
Did you look at the inside of these doors?
I did look in the inside, yes, ma'am.
What did you observe about the inside of these doors?
Inside the fireplace or stove, there's none of that black material that appears to be thrown or spilled or splattered or whatever on the inside of that fireplace. There was one log that does not have appeared to have been used yet, like someone had it placed in there to light a fire, and one log behind that one that had been partially burned at some point in time. There were quite a few cigarette butts that had been.
Captain, if I can stop you right there, I'm sorry. I'm going to switch pictures for you. This is States 30. I think you were kind of going into this. Is this the fireplace?
Yes, ma'am. So,
And is this the log that you were talking about that looked kind of fresh?
yes, ma'am.
And the other burned log?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And then the cigarette butts you see around there, they were smoked, I guess is the best way to describe that to you, and discarded inside the fireplace. There was no heat inside the fireplace at the time of the processing, and nothing that looked wet or, no, I think that was it. That's all I can comment on. Nothing that was, no visible moisture, no visible, nothing else visible inside of it.
Okay. All right, and then this is States 25, and I don't know if you had any additional observations with this one, or you may have covered them all.
And that's just a backed off picture of the same item that we were discussing earlier. There's, again, you have some type of black substance on the outsides of the doors. The black substance doesn't appear on the inside of the doors. No heat located or detected inside the stove or fireplace at the time of processing that one piece of wood that was not burnt, one that was, and multiple smoked fire butts or cigarette butts inside.
Why did he look like that?
At any point in time, was burned clothing belonging to Terry located during this investigation?
No, ma'am.
All right, and did you locate any portions of the couch that was found?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you locate?
On, I believe it was the 25th,
Okay,
following further investigation by the detectives that were actually working the case, I was advised of a particular vehicle route and a possible location for additional evidence that may have belonged to the couch that had been located the 18th, the day after the incident. So I went and searched the area of McLeod Road, and I actually located 2 additional cushions and 2 blankets The cushions, again, showed what appeared to be evidence of a burn, and the blankets showed evidence of being burned.
Okay.
There was also, I believe, a simple Bic lighter that was located along with those, and they were simply in the ditch line off the shoulder of the road off McLeod Road.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence.
What do y'all think he's thinking right now? What's going through his head? Good thing is the next one that we do, it'll be done already, so we could skip all the breaks and it won't take us long.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 76 and 77. I don't believe defense.
You
is
think we should lay off
objecting to those
medication?
photos.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would move them into evidence at this time, 76 and 77.
The state's 76 and 77 without objection.
All right. You can take a look at these photos, Captain, and describe what's contained in them.
Yes, ma'am. And what you have marked as State's Exhibit 76 is a couch cushion on the side of the road. It's in a little bit of standing water that's in the ditch. We have it marked as item number 1. And in State's Exhibit 77, it's a matching couch cushion. And it also has what appears to be a blanket or some type of sheet
Yeah,
or something that is along with it. They're both also partially submerged in the water.
Were those the
Like
cushions
you
that you
enjoyed
came
being
across
there.
and collected?
They were, ma'am.
I'm going to publish these, Your Honor.
Alabama mom, me either.
This is 76
Roses, I swear there's been times that he looks like he was sleeping.
and 77.
So in case y'all didn't know, when this happened, he was able to get out on bond. So he's been out on bond for 5 years.
Thank you, Captain. That's all I have. Please answer any questions Ms. Brayton obviously have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Captain Chapman, you started talking about your experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we put that in context? How long did you stay at the city of Walterboro?
A little over 16 years.
When did you leave?
I left on December 27th, 2012. I was unemployed for 3 days while I transitioned to Carleton County Sheriff's Office, and I started there January 1 of 2013.
As a matter of fact, when this county elected Andy Strickland as sheriff, you became his major. Isn't that right? You came over
No,
from
ma'am, that
the,
is not correct.
what was your position? Weren't you over CID?
I was, ma'am, but I
And
was not a major.
you were his in charge over all investigations.
No, ma'am, that's not correct.
Were you and Andy close?
We were at the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he brought you because he knew he was a highway patrol officer and you did investigations. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am, he brought me because of my experience and what I was going to be doing at the time. But I was not placed over investigations.
Who's in over investigations?
Who was over investigations?
Over you, because I thought you were in charge at the time.
I am now, ma'am. You asked when I came over, was I brought over by Andy
And you
to run
were,
investigations? I was not.
what was your
I was
position?
hired at the time as a lieutenant.
If you don't mind,
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
going to
No, no,
interrupt
that's
you.
okay. I
So-
want to make sure.
So,
I was hired as a lieutenant over.
I like this guy. He's
a
not gonna let her
five-man
run
team
him
that
over.
Did basically guns, gangs, and drugs.
Okay.
Is the easiest way for me to summarize it.
and you did that in that capacity. And then after Andy left, right before he left, y'all had some difficulties,
just
is
wanna
that
say,
correct?
Why does he have that
As it relates to some of the
shitty
teams that you had,
work
that you were over?
You're going to have to be more specific, ma'am, because I'm not sure if you're talking about that Andy and I having
No,
difficulties or the
not you and
teams.
Andy. Some of the different teams with different counties and the metro units that y'all were involved in.
We weren't involved with a metro unit at the time. I was involved with a metro unit when I was at the city of
Ursula, she really
Baltimore,
don't.
but when I came to the sheriff's
She's trying to
office,
sound like
the
she
only
knows
metro
what's
unit that we were
going on.
involved with was not drug related. It was a water team
Okay,
with Charleston Metro.
okay,
She didn't
got it.
expect him to call.
Now, when did you come over from the city?
January 1 of 2013.
So at the time that you came over,
Very choosy.
it was a couple of years later when
Very.
Andy Strickland secured monies for body cams. And then you talked about the securing of money and
Right.
how we got a certain amount of money, but you didn't tell the jury about the federal funds that we received after a lot of the cop-involved killings, did you? Did we see what?
I can't comment on something I don't know anything
No,
about. ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not in charge of anything to do with finance.
Okay, got it.
I hate how she tells them what they've done and then
Were you in charge on the day that
you
this
see all over their face.
accident occurred?
What are you talking about?
Was I in charge
Yes.
of,
Were you the highest ranking person that came to the
She
scene
tries to tell
over
them
there
to
at
her.
Wade
That's
Hampton?
not right either.
the sheriff was the highest ranking.
He came to the
He
scene?
came to the initial scene at the hospital.
Oh, no, I'm asking Wade Hampton.
Okay.
When you arrived
I would have been
on,
the highest ranking officer, yes, ma'am.
and so what does that mean to a layperson? Means you're in charge of handling how the investigation goes, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, ma'am.
Well,
I'm
what
just
did it
there- I
mean
was
to
there
you all?
assist. What do you mean to you all?
On that particular day, what did it mean for you to be at the scene?
Okay, Ms. Matthews, I'm not trying to be smart. What I'm trying to get from you is a specific question. What does it mean for me to be on the scene?
What was,
I'm
the-
an officer. There was a call. I responded to the call. I'm
What-
not sure what you're getting at.
what was the plan of, I wouldn't, and I
No,
apologize.
That's okay. I just want to make
What
sure I
was
answer
the-
exactly what you're asking.
Can I ask one thing? I think our court reporter's having a hard time because y'all are talking over each other. Just
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's all right.
What was the plan once you got there and you were in charge? Who was responsible for what duties?
Okay, so because I am in charge does not mean that I was ordering anybody to do anything. Captain Stallings was temporarily over investigations at that time. I was taking a position that supervised
you, sir.
over Captain Stallings.
Maybe.
So Captain Stallings was actually the one that was handling all of the investigation. I was there as an experienced investigator to lend assistance. It wasn't that I was there to instruct or do anything. That's why I did not
She wants
collect
that
any evidence. I
50,000
didn't personally
instead of
handle
$1.
any evidence. I simply went along with the group that was processing inside the residence and offered my expertise as in what I thought something may be, what items probably should have been collected, what items were collected. But I didn't touch, manipulate, or do anything with the crime scene at all, other than lend my expertise.
Did you walk through the house?
I did.
Did you see 3 dogs?
I actually called dispatch and requested animal control to come and get dogs that were in the residence.
Is your response yes or no? Did you see
I-
3 dogs?
Ma'am, let me
Did-
finish. If you're going to ask me a question, slow down. Let me answer the question. I called animal
I
control.
like this guy.
When they advised me there were dogs inside the house, they were opening the blinds and looking through the kitchen window. Did I see 1, 2, 3 dogs? I don't know how many there were, but I notified dispatch that I was advised that there were 3 canines in the house. Did I see all 3 of them? I don't recall if I saw 3, but there were dogs in the house. Animal control came and got them.
When you walked through the house where the dogs, did you see animal control take the dogs out of the house?
Animal control went in and got them with one of the other deputies. I don't know that I was there when they actually got the dogs out of the house.
Did you ever leave the house once you call animal control?
Not until we released the scene, I don't believe I'll leave the house.
Can you tell this jury how whether the dogs were big dogs or small dogs?
I can't, ma'am. I have no idea.
Did you see any dog feces in the house?
I do recall And I can't say, ma'am, with certainty of exactly which room it was, but I believe there was a back bedroom possibly that had dog feces on the floor.
Did you see any urine in some of the photographs that y'all had?
As I spoke earlier, there was some fluid, something wet on the floor in the living room that we were in. I can't testify whether it's urine, water, or what it was.
Is it fair to say, since you're now saying that Angela Stallings, who was also investigations but dispatched from her testimony, is it fair to say that whatever she did in her capacity as an investigator, she would have, you as her superior, you would have reviewed?
Not necessarily.
You would not.
Not necessarily. No, ma'am.
I'm going to go out on a limb here
Yes, ma'am.
when I ask this question. Were you not trained over your multiple years of investigation that documentation is vital to any investigative report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare a written
Nothing,
report
Darcilla. She's
so that
raging.
you could accurately describe what you saw on that day and what happened on that day for this jury 5 years later?
So I did not personally write a report because I did not manipulate, collect, or process any evidence. I accompanied the other detectives. It was very clearly documented by their photographs and by their supplements. Having not done anything other than make observations, I did not write a report.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you advised in any time in talking to any of the other officers, or either talking to your boss, Andy Strickland, who, by the way, was at the hospital for some of this investigation? Did he tell you that Leanne Kellum was his tenant?
No, ma'am.
You never knew that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. This happened on January 17th, 2019. And Craig Lewis was incarcerated at the Colleton Detention Center until February 19th, 2019. At any time during the time that he was incarcerated, did you or any of your officers, since you had already Mirandized him, did you go to get a statement from Craig Lewis to discuss what happened?
I never Mirandized anyone. I didn't conduct an interrogation or an interview on anyone. I believe you were referencing one of the other detectives. I personally never went and talked to Mr. Lewis, but I was informed that
If you would not say
you
what you
asked me. so
No,
you-
I asked you,
Ma'am, you asked the question.
Don't say what you were for.
I simply asked, did you go to talk to Craig? I didn't ask what anyone told you. Did you go and talk to Craig during that month that he was at the jail?
I did not.
Did you instruct in your supervisory capacity any of the deputies, investigators, or people under you to go and get a statement from Craig?
I was not over the investigation simply because I am the commanding officer of the other captains. I did not instruct anyone to do anything in the investigation.
Got her.
May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what I previously marked as.
Very careful, he might
Exhibit
slap
number
her.
7. Do you recognize that photograph?
Oh, it's okay, Sarah.
I believe
I was
this is one of the
asking if they
items that
read
was
the report for me this
along
morning.
the shoulder of the road with the couch cushions.
Can you identify it the way you did in direct, what that it was?
It was described as a blanket,
Okay, thank you.
or some type of throw blanket.
Your Honor,
She-
remove number 7.
Marcella, I
into
love that
evidence.
about
The
him.
objection to defendant 7.
I wish they would have all
All right, that'll be defense
took up for
7.
themselves like he has. No
I'm
subscription?
going to give this machine a try.
You better stop, Jesus. It wouldn't affect you anyways, ma'am. You have a wrench.
I see it.
Dumpling. Good morning, sunshine.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes, ma'am.
on this photograph where I have pointed to in that blanket, is there any white cotton? Did you look at it and see whether or not there was white cotton coming out of that blanket?
I can't testify to what the material is, but in that image, it does appear to be some type of white cotton type material sticking out there.
Was this blanket collected by the sheriff's department?
I am pretty sure the blanket and the cushions were collected.
Was this blanket ever tested by SLED for any fire, incendiary material, or anything of that nature?
I did not submit anything personally to be tested, so I do not have any knowledge if it was submitted or not.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
There has also been,
Emery, you're a slacker, ma'am.
I'm coming right back over. I think your attorney might have presented to you one of the photographs like this one, but that's a bigger view.
That would be the state's attorney, not Captain Chapman's
I'm sorry.
attorney. I have no objection.
Yes, ma'am. It appears just to be a larger image of the couch cushions on the side of the road on McLeod Road.
Out of the things there that we see, was any of those items that you brought as an exhibit, were any of those items, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
SLED for evaluation of any kind?
Again, ma'am, I did not personally submit any items to SLED for processing. To my knowledge, I cannot answer that question because I do not know.
So we have, it looks like several items on there that
Yep.
you don't believe was sent.
I didn't say I don't believe, I'm saying I have no knowledge of whether they were or were not.
Okay, that's fine.
I have to tell y'all something. In
Exhibit number
StreamYard,
8.
it shows me
It
and
helps the state is
Court
fine
TV on the
stipulating
bottom.
that those items
And
are
every time I
not
look down, it
SLED
scares me,
and
thinking there's a
not
man
important for the jury.
behind
So
in the
first of all,
backstage with me,
Appendix
and
8
it's
is
just Court
without
TV free.
objection. Second of all, the state
It has gotten me
objects
so
that
many
those
times
items were not
today.
contested. Is that correct?
Correct.
Other than the items that we've talked about, the sofa,
Yes, ma'am.
the cushions, the blankets, the items collected from the home, what else was collected that was large? Was there, let me rephrase that, Mr. Chapman. Did the state collect or seize a trailer, a black trailer, as a part of this case?
I don't remember the color, Miss Matthews, but I do know they brought in a trailer
Okay,
and secured it in impound.
okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 56.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is
She
that the
is,
trailer?
Marzella. She's so annoying.
That does appear to be one of the photographs that was taken of the trailer.
And
Juice, are you calling me a
was
weirdo?
that trailer ever sent for testing?
In what regard, ma'am? I mean, what kind of testing?
I have to let my
I'm
dog.
not sure. Why was it seized?
You would have to ask the officers that seized it. To my knowledge, was the trailer sent to SLED for processing? No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware.
Was it tested was it seized for any particular purpose of testing?
I can't attest as to why. To my knowledge, the only reason that the trailer was maintained in impound was because it was allegedly used in the crime. And I
And
won't go any further than that, but
as we sit here today, it is your testimony that 5 years, that trailer has not been used for any testing, hasn't been sent to SLED, but yet you still have his trailer at the sheriff's department.
it is policy of the sheriff's office that any vehicle, which if you look at South Carolina law, a trailer is actually classified as a vehicle, that any vehicle used in the commission of a accused homicide, that vehicle must be maintained until the trial is complete. So do I know that this trailer is still in our impound? Absolutely, it sure is. I did an inventory the other day and it still appears in our impound lot. Because, as you see today, we're hearing trial. So it's maintained like every other vehicle that was used in a reported homicide.
And that trailer was seized from Kansas City.
I do believe so, yes, ma'am.
And nothing was submitted for testing or testing by officers of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department locally on anything from Kansas City.
I can't attest to what was sent off from Kansas City, ma'am.
The fireplace you talked about, doesn't it appear to be surrounded by ash and cigarette butts?
I remember there being some white powder around the base of it. I don't remember there being any cigarette butts around the base of it.
Okay. The fire log,
Yes, ma'am.
when did you arrive at the scene?
I can look at this piece of paper here and tell you exactly, but it was some 15, 18, 20 minutes after the initial call was given out.
Well, let's go to that.
Okay.
15, 18 minutes after the initial call, that would have been around 2:30. And the search warrant wasn't received in this case until 5:30, right?
If you say so, ma'am. I'd have to look at those numbers to tell you. I don't know what time we were dispatched. I just know that after responding to the hospital was about 15, 18, or 20 minutes before I got to the scene from the hospital.
Isn't it correct that at least 5 or 6 hours had passed by the time you went into the house and say you felt a log?
You're asking me if it was 5 or 6 hours? Well, ma'am, if I got there at 3:30, somewhere in that range, and the search warrant was signed at 5:30, that would be 2 hours, not 5 to 6.
You investigated in some regards this matter? Did you see where Terry Lewis was at the hospital at 12:14?
When I look back at the report, I could see what time after they got additional information that they had come in earlier in the day.
Mr. Chapman, you don't know when Mr. Lewis got home to Wade Hampton Avenue earlier that day, do you?
Do I know when he arrived back home? I'm assuming you meant from the hospital.
No. I'm asking you, do you know any of his arrival time at the home prior to the fire?
I have no idea.
Okay. Court's indulgence, please.
I like this guy on the stand. He ain't taking crap. I'm giving her a run for her money.
In your investigation in the past, have you had the opportunity or experience in measuring footprints?
I have.
Did you measure the footprints in this particular case?
I did not collect, process, or manipulate any evidence. So no, ma'am, I did not measure anything.
Prior to coming here, did you realize that Angela Stallings said, who you say was in charge of the investigation, that she didn't write a report either?
Prior to coming here, did I know that?
Yeah. When you were preparing for this trial, which y'all say my client committed murder on, did you look at the fact that someone under you did not even write a report, and you're telling us that she was in charge of the investigation?
She was in charge of the investigation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
He's such a smart ass. I love it.
Any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Captain Chapman. I
Thank
would
you.
ask that he be allowed to be excused.
Ms. Brightman?
No objection.
No objection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Hugh Tang.
This whole town, I will never go to this town because they all have horrible haircuts. The judge. Darzilla for 2 months. She's making herself look stupid, asking stuff that has nothing to do with the crime. And now asking questions she knows nothing about. Yeah, well, she just assumed that he was all these things that. What?
Left hand on the Bible. Do you
She
affirm
assumed all this stuff
testimony
that we're not
that
doing
shall
to
be
right
the
in her
truth, so
place.
help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand.
Oh, this guy will be a dick too much.
Wei Tang, last name Tang.
Thank you, Agent Tang. Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
All right, and how long have you worked there?
I have been there 34 years.
And in what field are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist assigned to trace evidence section.
How many times have you testified as an expert in analyzing trace evidence?
In trace evidence, over 20 plus times.
Okay. And you have specialized background and training in that?
Yes, ma'am.
I would offer Mr. Tang as an expert in analyzing trace evidence at this time.
We're at what, Juicer? What do you got?
Your Honor, I would ask that the state ask this witness if she's offering him as such for him to give his experience.
Okay, we can go into that. Mr. Tang, can you go through your educational background and all of your experience and certifications that led you to your position in this field to be allowed to testify as an expert 20 plus times?
Sure. I received a Bachelor of Science with major chemistry from University of South Carolina. For my first 10 years, I was assigned to drug analysis section. Then the following years, 2000, I was assigned to fire debris analysis section. And around 2003, 2004, fire debris section and trace evidence merged as trace evidence.
Okay, so you've been analyzing fire debris since the year 2000. Is that what you just testified to?
Correct.
Okay, so for the past 24 years, you've been analyzing fire debris through trace evidence and have been declared an expert 20
South
plus
Carolina.
times in court.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The state would offer Mr. Tang, Agent Tang, as an expert in forensic analysis of trace evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. You're so qualified.
Thank you. So as an expert in analyzing fire debris, what do you test for?
Test for ignitable liquid residues from the evidence that's submitted from the local agency.
Okay, you test for ignitable fluids,
Ignitable liquid, correct.
ignitable liquids. Okay. And so you can just tell if they're there or not, right?
I'm going to allow that. Just,
Cumulative.
yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you say when they got there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. is it possible for there to be an ignitable liquid used that burns off during a fire?
Your Honor, objection leading.
He's an expert, so we can ask him questions of that nature,
Well, it's still-
hypothetical.
leading is still to be avoided, but I'm going to let her, just for efficiency.
The question should be what happens when
Yeah, I
things are
don't disagree.
ignited.
See if you can rephrase it a little bit.
Okay. If there is a negative result for ignitable liquids, does that necessarily mean that there was no ignitable liquid?
Once again, objection leading. That goes to the issue.
He would have to explain.
Let's see if there's a good way to get around that. What possible results might there be? There may be a way to restructure. the
Sure.
question.
What possible results are there when you're testing for ignitable liquids, and why?
If there's negative result that either ignitable liquid was not there originally or is consumed in a fire due to a volatile component of ignitable liquid, it might have evaporated.
Okay, so it's possible that ignitable liquids are consumed in the fire
It's possible, yes,
or evaporate?
correct.
Okay. And let's go specifically to this case. Did you test items for Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
For this
Yes.
L192413,
Correct.
yes, I have.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a box that has been labeled as States Exhibit 60. That's just the box that contains the items that have already been entered. So I would enter the box just for purposes of the record. And I'm going to ask you, Agent Tang, if these are the items that you tested, if you can just confirm that these are the items that you tested, and then you can go through and talk about your results.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you. I'm going to leave you to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us if you tested anything that tested positive for an ignitable liquid.
Item 4, one can contain powdery material and fire debris. The result is medium petroleum distillate found. Example of medium petroleum distillate include, but not limited to, some charcoal starter, some paint thinner, some dry cleaning solvents.
All right, and that was item 4 that tested positive.
Correct.
Oh, Sarah, I'm
Any
so
of
sorry.
the other
Sarah. I'm
items
with you,
that
David.
you tested test positive for ignitable liquids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, going back to item 4, can you tell when that ignitable liquid was deposited in that fire debris?
No, ma'am.
And regarding the other items that tested negative, is that conclusive for not having an ignitable liquid?
Based on our testing, no ignitable liquid found. I'm sorry.
Okay. But does that mean that there was never an ignitable liquid?
Asked and answered. And also leading again, because she just asked, is that conclusive? And he repeated his answer.
Right.
I think he was
You're on to the
confused.
next question, but you're objecting over the past question or the
She
question?
rephrased it and asked the same thing.
Oh, this lady gets on my nerves.
She asked, is it conclusive of no ignitable liquid?
Roses, ain't that the
Read
truth?
his report.
I
once
tell
again,
my kids
and
all
she
the
said
time, you better
that-
enjoy being a child while
Then she
you're,
asked him to explain
better
in
enjoy it while you're
other
living.
way, which means She's
I'll
asking.
just withdraw because I'm a little
Perfect.
confused
Thank
by
you.
defense.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, let's not make this any more confusing. Thank you, Agent Tang. Please answer any questions that the defense may have for you.
It's pretty bad when the state and the judge are just absolutely annoyed by this lady at this point.
Good afternoon, Agent Tank.
Good afternoon.
We've heard all this evidence presented here from you that was given to you for testing and what you've tested. Hypothetically speaking, in your expert opinion, would it be unusual for ignitable fluids to be found in an area where they're frequently used?
If have legitimate reason for a sample to be there, I don't see why not.
After course, indulge, Your Honor. No further question, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would ask that Agent Tang be allowed to be released from his subpoena.
No objection.
No objection. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, John.
State calls Catherine Lacey. Thank you.
Raise your right. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Catherine Leisy, Leisy.
Good afternoon, Agent Lacey.
Good afternoon.
Who do you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, more commonly referred to as SLED.
And what do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist assigned to the DNA casework unit, and I am currently assigned to the team that works homicides and other violent crimes.
Okay. How long have you been at SLED?
A little over 18 years.
And can you describe your educational background and special training in forensic sciences?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in genetic engineering from Cedar Crest College in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Once I was hired by SLED, I received in-house training by other court-qualified analysts in all the different types of tests and analyses that I'm required to perform. I had to pass competency tests before I could begin actual casework on anything that was submitted to the laboratory. I'm also required to perform proficiency testing multiple times a year to show that I am following protocols correctly and also that those protocols work as we anticipate that they will. I'm required to participate in continuing education on an annual basis that consists of keeping up to date with current readings, as well as attending seminars or conferences that help keep us up to date with the most recent available technologies in forensic DNA testing. I also have approximately 4 years of experience at a private DNA testing facility that was known as Orchid Cellmark prior to my time at SLED, and I performed the same types of test analyses there that I do at SLED.
Okay, and about how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis?
I have testified, I believe, on over 150 occasions at this point, and that's in counties throughout the state of South Carolina, as well as jurisdictions in California, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Florida, the District of Columbia, United States Federal Court, and a United States Military Court Martial at Fort Jackson.
Thank you, Agent. At this time, the state would offer Agent Lacey as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right. Thank you. So qualified.
Thank you. Agent Lacey, did you test a number of items in this case that we're here for today?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been entered as State 69 and ask if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is what was identified as a blood spot from Terry Lewis. And this would be an item that we would use to develop a known DNA profile from an individual. That profile can then be compared to evidence root profiles.
Okay, and so were you able to develop Terry Lewis's DNA profile from this blood spot?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
What do y'all think about her hair?
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70. Ask if you can identify what is contained in this bag.
This heat-sealed pouch contains a set of swabs that were sent to the laboratory. They were submitted as swabs from the floor. More specifically, they were identified as swab from floor labeled number 15, swab from floor labeled number 16, and swab from floor labeled number 17.
Okay, did you test these items?
I did.
Man, like,
I would enter 70 at this time.
Right, 70 without objection.
Okay, and
That's
what
how easy to
results
manage, huh?
did you get from those swabs that you tested?
The swabs were what we refer to as being sub-itemized. So each of the swabs from the floor was tested individually. The swab that was labeled number 15 as submitted was treated as SLED sub-item 9.1. The first step in testing that particular item was what we refer to as a presumptive serological test. So we're looking for the possible presence of a bodily fluid. That item was presumptively positive for the presence of blood, meaning blood was possibly present on that item. I was able to develop a partial DNA profile from that item. And the fact that it's partial just means that I was not able to develop information at all of the locations that were tested. But the material and the profile that I developed was suitable for comparison to the profile from Terry Lewis. I interpreted that DNA profile as being single source, meaning it was consistent with being from just one
Would
individual.
you consider that?
I then performed a comparison between that partial profile and the profile from Terry Lewis. And the way that SLED reports statistical analyses is what is called a likelihood ratio. And a likelihood ratio is a comparison between two possible explanations for the DNA profile that is developed. So for this particular instance, with a single source profile, my two possible explanations is that it is Terry Lewis contributing the DNA profile. My second possible explanation being that it is some unidentified, unrelated individual who is contributing this profile. And during the comparison, it was determined that the DNA profile developed from 9.1 is approximately 280 trillion times more likely if it is Terry Lewis contributing the DNA profile than if it is an unidentified, unrelated individual contributing.
Okay, and 280 trillion has how many zeros?
1 trillion would be a 1 with 12 zeros behind it.
So lots of zeros.
Correct.
Okay. Can you give us the results from the swab from labeled 16 and the swab
Okay.
from 17?
I have to join y'all
So
in
the
the
swabs
chat.
from number
Let me
16 and
get
number
real quick,
17 were
and then I'll be
sub-itemized
back.
as SLED
Give
items
me, like,
9.2 and 9.3 respectively.
I don't know, 30
From
minutes.
both of those swabs, I developed a single
And then I'll be
source
back.
DNA profile that was
But I'll be
suitable
in
for
the chat.
comparison. It was the same profile developed from each of the swabs. Again, the first step was the serological test, and again, it was presumptively positive for the possible presence of blood. I performed the same type of likelihood ratio calculation using this DNA profile and determined that the DNA profile developed from SLED items 9.2 and 9.3 is approximately 100 septillion times more likely if Terry Lewis contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, and again, I'll ask how many zeros are in a septillion?
1 septillion would be a 1 with 24 zeros behind it.
Okay, so 124 zeros.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked and identified previously. States Exhibit 71. Ask if this is the final item that you tested.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is it?
This particular item was identified as swabs from an entertainment center and then was identified as SLED item number 10 internally.
Okay, state would move 71 into evidence at this time.
71 without objection.
Okay, and if you can please tell the jury what your results on this item was.
For the set of swabs from the entertainment center, the serological test was negative for the possible presence of blood. I did go ahead and attempt to perform DNA analysis on the item regardless, but no DNA profile was developed, which indicates there was either not enough DNA present to develop a profile, or if there had been DNA, it had been degraded or broken down to the extent that I couldn't develop a profile.
Okay, thank you, Agent. Please answer any questions defense may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Agent. Is it correct that you did not receive the DNA to compare in this particular case to run this test until after Terry Lewis had died? When did you receive the comparison swab?
I would have to look at the exact date that I took custody of it. Being a blood spot, I would assume it came from autopsy, but I'm not exactly sure of its time of
Do
collection.
you mind looking?
Not at all. So the blood spot identified as being collected from Terry Lewis at autopsy was submitted to the laboratory on March 11th of 2020. It was then stored in our secured evidence control department until I took physical custody of it on September the 13th of 2022.
So you took physical custody of this to run your tests and when, September of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, September 13th of 2022.
And do you have any notation? I assume you would get no notation on when the original blood was collected from the scene.
That's correct. Typically, once the blood is collected from autopsy and submitted to the laboratory, we can only maintain and keep track of what happens once it's been submitted to us. So when it was collected is not something that I could testify to.
You also can't testify to how old the blood is that you have.
That's correct.
The area where there was no DNA detected near the entertainment center on your notations, no DNA. Do you have a test to determine whether or not it's animal blood or liquid?
Well, for the swabs that were identified as being from near the entertainment center, that serological presumptive test was actually negative. So there was no indication of blood present on that set of swabs.
If it was an animal substance, do you have a test that would determine that?
The preliminary screening test that we use is not human specific. So had it been from a pet, from some other animal, we would have expected a positive serological result from that.
Did you take any tests of any liquids in any of your?
No, the only items that I received were the blood spot from autopsy, which is essentially just a sterile filter paper that has blood poured on it and is then allowed to dry, as well as multiple sets of swabs that had fluids potentially that were collected and then dried before submission. I did not receive any physical liquids.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
That was the state's final witness, so the state rests its case at this time.
All right, let me give them a break and we'll take up what's next. So would y'all please take about a 15-minute break and then we'll be back with you. I suppose I should have told him 30 minutes, but anyway, maybe not. Do you have any motions at this time, Ms. Bright Matthews?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
I'm happy to hear them.
The defense would move at this time for a directed verdict. This verdict is based upon the state's failure to show a prima facie case of arson, the elements of arson, and the elements of murder. They have not established, even by circumstantial evidence, that this defendant set the fire, nor have they been able to establish that he committed a murder. Of course, unless they can establish the arson, they don't have the murder. I understand the state's position on some of these issues as circumstantial, but they have failed to establish the essential elements. Excuse me. The essential elements of murder, that there was an intention to kill, that he did it with malice aforethought. They have failed to establish that the arson was an actual act intentionally by Craig Lewis. We have received no information or nothing from the stand from the state on any of this. None of the officers, no experts, no one has even been able to put Craig at the house at the time the fire started. And on that basis, the defense would move for a directed verdict.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this stage, of course, the court is concerned with the existence of evidence, not the weight of the evidence, and the facts are taken in the light most favorable to the state. Regarding the arson and the murder, this is a circumstantial case. However, the defendant actually places himself at the scene of the crime. He is with Terry Lewis when he states that she tries to light a fire and it blows back on her. This takes place the night after a domestic incident that was witnessed by her daughter, Leanne Kellum, where allegations of cheating were alleged by Mr. Lewis, where he says she now gets nothing. Well, what better way to ensure she gets nothing than to kill her? He does not call 911 for help. All of the cleaning that he is doing when police get there, the fact that he cleans himself up before taking her to the ER, the fact that Terry's clothing is not found, there's missing evidence, there's circumstantial evidence that he has manipulated the scene, removed a burned couch, cleaned up fire debris, and gotten rid of Terry's burned clothing. It is the state's theory, and we do have circumstantial evidence that Mr. Lewis, in fact, did either light Terry on fire or light the couch on fire. The couch is burned where Terry habitually sat on the left side. If you look at the scene, the story that he tells makes no sense. There is burned, what appears to be burned clothing, debris, or what have you on the outside of the doors of the stove. There is nothing on the inside. Had the doors been open, it would have been there. Presumably the doors would have had to have been open for there to be some sort of blowback explosion. Not to mention, there is no charring, burning of anything around that fireplace. There's a gray chair that is right next to the fireplace, on which a bucket sits atop. None of that is burned. There's actually a photo, an unframed photo, a paper photo to the left of the fireplace that's not burned at all. And somehow Terry is burned all over her face, all over her chest, all over her legs. and primarily on the right side. Now, if she is sitting on the couch where she typically sits, or if she is laying on the couch where she typically lays, that would be the side that is exposed to someone that could possibly light her on fire. The arson statute indicates that a person willfully, maliciously causes an explosion, sets fire to, burns, or causes to be burned, or aids, counsels, procures a burning that results in damage to a building, structure, or any property specified in subsections B and C, going down to subsection C, which is to include personal property. Personal property would be that couch. For it to be arson first, serious bodily injury to a person, or death results. We do have serious bodily injury that actually did result in death, and that is pursuant to South Carolina Code 16-11-110. As you well know, for murder, malice can be formed in an instant. I do think that we have ill intent and malice, evidence of that occurred the night before, as well as lighting someone on fire. While this is certainly circumstantial, the defendant places himself there. There's nobody else there that could have done this besides Terry herself. And that is refuted by all of his actions that take place prior to and after this incident. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nothing from the defense.
Right. Thank you so much. I believe there is the existence of evidence, circumstantial, but definitely the existence of evidence that support going on with this, and I respectfully deny the motions on both arson and murder. Did y'all want to take a quick break before we start?
Yes, I have my first witness on the way.
Okay, and then I can go ahead and go through the colloquy with Mr. Lewis about testimony or not. Do you want to do that before, or would you like to take a break now?
I would like, we can do it, it doesn't matter. It's whenever the court wants to do it.
Well, why don't we, since we've got a few minutes before we can begin anyway, if you've got someone, we'll just do it right before we bring the jury back in. Does that suit everybody? So we'll take a quick break now. If you would let the jurors know that they've got a few extra minutes. So. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Lewis, at this time I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know. If you want me to explain anything in more detail, please let me know. Do you understand?
Yes.
We've now reached the stage of the trial where you may present your defense. You have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states, in part, no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. This means that you cannot be required to testify in this case. You have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. This is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in the case. In addition, if you have any convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for crimes punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, and this court determines the probative value of admitting the evidence outweighs its prejudicial effect to you, the solicitor will be able to introduce your record to attack your credibility. If you decide to testify, this decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made, with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorney, your family members or friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about what I've explained to you?
No, sir.
Have you discussed with your lawyer whether or not you should testify?
I'm gonna have to talk it over with my counsel.
I understand. I'm not going to ask you right now whether or not you're going to testify. We're just getting this part out of the way. Do you wish to have any more time to discuss this with your lawyer? And the answer is yes. I think you just
Yes,
gave me,
sir. Yes.
which is fine. All right. Do you have any questions about the constitutional rights?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Counsel, is everybody happy with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right then. Let's get the jury back. These just magically appeared. Did you bring these in? Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. We can release. All right. Thank you all. Did you all follow the instructions, not discussing it with anybody, etc.? Yes, great. Thank you so much. Ms. Bright Matthews, I'm happy to hear from you.
The defense calls Dr. Gunther Renken.
You're gonna have to put your hand in. You can put your stuff down. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the difficult shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Gunther Renken. Last name is Renken, R-E-N-C-K-E-N.
Dr. Renken, can you give us your brief professional training, education, and certifications?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, graduated in 2000. I did a family medicine residency there for 3 years, and then was board certified in family medicine. And I've been recertified in board medicine twice and practiced medicine here in Walterboro since then.
And what is your certification in? Family medicine?
Family medicine, yes.
And where do you practice medicine?
At Walterboro Family Practice. here
And
in
how long
Walterboro.
have you been practicing there?
21 years.
And have you ever been qualified to give your opinion as an expert specializing in family medicine?
I'm not a professional expert witness, but I have given testimony here in this court several times as a family medicine practitioner. Yes, ma'am.
You've been subpoenaed here today because you provided medical care and treatment to Terry Lee Lewis. Have you had an opportunity to pull her file from Walterboro Family Practice and review it?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she your patient?
She was, yes.
How long has Terry Lewis been treating with you at Walterboro Family Practice?
My first appointment with her was in 2010.
And since then, have you continuously been her family medicine doctor?
Yes, I have. She had seen one or two of our other providers when I was out, but yes, for the most part, that's me.
When was Terry Lewis's last appointment in your office?
May I
Yes,
look?
please.
November the 9th, 2018.
And since then, have you seen Terry at all since then?
No.
What did you list as her medical history at that last appointment?
She had diabetes, hypothyroidism, bipolar disorder, depression and anxiety. Oh, I apologize. Headaches and constipation.
What was hyperthyroidism? What is that?
Low thyroid.
What does that mean? What does that do to the body?
It makes the body more sluggish. Folks can have weight gain, dry skin at times, and they can be mentally a little bit slower.
Did she have?
If not treated.
And you were treating it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she have, you said she had depression. Was she ever diagnosed with any type of depression?
She had bipolar depression.
Had she had it during the entire time you treated her?
Yes, ma'am. And she saw a psychiatrist for that.
And as to her diabetes, was she insulin dependent?
Yes, she had been on insulin. Yes.
Okay. And how long has Ms. Terry suffered with these medical problems?
She came to me with those medical problems. I'd have to go back to her old records, but when I first saw her in 2010, she had had those medical problems.
In 2014, did Terry Lewis have lithium poisoning or lithium toxicity?
Lithium toxicity. I know it's semantics. Poisoning would be imply that someone had tried to kill her with
it's
lithium.
Like it's intentional.
But she had high levels of lithium in her system. Yes, ma'am.
And what was that causing? How was her body responding as a result of that?
From the records that I saw when she was admitted, she was confused and had balance problems and difficulty maintaining her balance and walking.
Okay. She had problems maintaining her balance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were her complaints after getting out of the hospital for the lithium toxicity?
May I review the
Yes.
records here? She had some low back and neck pain since falling after she had the problem.
And she'd been in the hospital prior to that for how long?
2 weeks.
Okay. And the lithium, was she taking a form of lithium for her medical condition?
Yes, ma'am. Lithium is a mood stabilizer, and she was taking that for her bipolar.
I got it. Did you see Ms. Lewis on February 7th, 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were her complaints at that time?
She was in with a tremor and was having a lot of shaking and having difficulty keeping her balance. She had had trouble eating and drinking because of the shaking and was tired, and she had had difficulty driving.
And this goes all the way back to 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of, did she describe, or did you describe in her records how she trembled and what part of her body had tremors? I can withdraw. How did she describe her medical condition?
She described it as she had had difficulty with shaking a lot and difficulty keeping her balance.
Did she say what part of the body was shaking?
Objection, leading.
No, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is an exception for medical, statement for medical purposes.
It's in the report.
Right.
You may proceed, sir.
Go ahead, Nick.
When I examined, she did not say to me which body part. When I examined her, I did make note that her hands were shaking.
Okay. Did you follow up and send her for a neurological exam to see if she had Parkinson's?
Yes, I did. I sent her to the Movement Disorder Clinic at MUSC.
And did Miss Lewis also have breast cancer?
Yes, she did.
And she had that in 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she, as a result of that, what kind of surgery did she end up having?
She had a double mastectomy. She had both breasts removed.
Did she have any follow-up regarding any chemotherapy or radiation?
She had both. She had radiation therapy, a full course of treatment for that, and then had chemotherapy and was maintained on chemotherapy after that.
There's been some talk about Ohio River fungus. What is that?
That is a fungal disease that affects the lungs.
And is it curable?
It is treatable, yes, ma'am.
Is it-
For most folks, they don't really even know they have it.
Okay.
In patients who do get sick, there are medications that can help treat it. And yes, very few people have long-term effects with it.
And did she have Ohio River Valley fungus? Did she?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. On January 3rd of 2014, you were forwarded a report from St. Francis regarding treatment received by Ms. Lewis.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you see that?
Yes, I have that. Yes, ma'am.
And what was Ms. Lewis being seen for at Bon Secours St. Francis?
Her discharge summary states that she was seen with dementia, diabetes, hypertension, the history of breast cancer, high cholesterol, and bipolar disease.
And at that time, they diagnosed her with dementia in 2014? Or maybe that's what she was released for?
Yes, ma'am, that was the diagnosis, discharge diagnosis.
Did you receive medical records from Colleton Medical Center after Ms. Lewis was an inpatient on the fourth floor of the hospital on January 8, 2014? If so, please refer to those records.
I have received those subsequently, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What does those records reveal as it relates to any history, social history regarding abuse of this patient?
Her abuse history, as listed by the admitting physician, stated that she had denied being a victim of physical, emotional, sexual abuse at any point in her life.
Did Ms. Lewis's tremors ever resolve or stop?
Not that I was aware of, not
Please
when I
answer.
was treating her.
Excuse me?
Not when I was treating her, no, ma'am.
Please answer any questions Ms. Swanson has, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rankin.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've actually been on a case before,
Yes, ma'am.
and I came out to your nice farm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so you treated Terry Lewis when she was alive,
Yes, ma'am.
but not after, obviously, the life-threatening burns that she received, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I've seen her again.
Okay. And she was being treated for her depression, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the last time that she came to see you, it was just her litany of normal conditions that she had had for a long time. And that was November 9th of 2018, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. So any of these, you never diagnosed her with dementia, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Rankin.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have any redirect.
All right. Any objection to this witness being excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rankin. Your Honor, the defense rests.
Oh, okay. All right. We had a brief discussion earlier about it's only 3. So members of the jury, I think what we're going to do is let you go because most of what we will do for the rest of the day, we would not do in your presence anyway. And have you come back tomorrow at, are we still good with 10 or does that work? Does that work?
No, they might as well do closing arguments
It's
today.
up to the court. We should finish ours today, and we can start earlier if you want to, or 10 o'clock is fine.
Let's make it 9:30 just in case. Okay. Does 9:30 work for y'all in the morning? All right then. Thank you all so much for your attention today. Standard instructions, please, this evening, don't discuss the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't do any investigation of your own. Please avoid any.
Okay, let me grab these babies.
computer, internet, media accounts, anything like that. And I will see you all at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. All right, y'all want to take a 10-minute break and then maybe we can try to get together on charges? We can
I did just send an email to Your Honor, the law clerk and the state from the defense proposed jury charges.
Do you have them printed out that we can look at?
We can certainly go print them.
I was thinking we'd meet in the conference room here, try to sort all that stuff out here in 15 minutes or so. Does that work?
That'll work. Yeah.
Ms. Swanson, did you look at, I hadn't looked at any of them yet, but did you, are those a good
We just
template?
got them 7 minutes ago. So.
Okay, and I've got the big giant green book full of them back there. So between those two things, we ought to be able to put something together. So y'all want to just try to meet back there in that conference room in
Yes.
15 minutes? Okay.
Is it okay if my client be excused?
Yes, he may be excused, yes. If you're making copies, Mr. Murdoch, if you're making copies, can you bring
Well,
us
they're
both
done.
a copy? That'd be great. Thank
Did
you
he
so
just say
much.
Murdoch?
I do not. We don't have any need for the court today, I don't think. Do we? Okay. Thank you.
I know she wants to stay with us.
Say again, I'm sorry.
I know she wants to stay.
Some too.
Well, I guess we're done. That was quick. We're done for the day, I think. It's still only 3 o'clock. Why didn't they do like closing arguments and stuff? That doesn't make any sense. They could have got that out of the way and started jury stuff tomorrow. Did he decide not to testify? Because he didn't ever say no, I didn't think. Unless I missed it. That was weird.
Mama, I want one. Want one too.
In my opinion, she had no defense coming back for the charges today or tomorrow. Because he just sent the jury home, I thought. Here, come here. Say hello.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I think they're done today.
I want a new car.
Yeah, the defense had one witness. That was weird. You know, I said that. Where's Carter? I don't know. Don't smack in the camera. That's gross. No, don't do that at all. That's nasty. Yeah, one witness that proved absolutely nothing to me.
Hey.
Oh, they don't have to hear it. Okay. So then we won't leave, I guess. See what happens. Let's move me right here so we can see what this says. Stop, son. We'll see what happens. They're going to discuss the charges in the conference room? Yeah. That's what I thought. So what, I don't know, are they done today or should we wait and see if they come back or what's happening? This? Or what Logan has?
Yes. I made two.
Okay, hang on and I'll get you one, okay?
I made two.
You have one. No, you leave stuff alone.
What a gap, Chica. What a gap.
That's where I voted. That's Alabama.
Oh. So both. Anna better. Anna better.
No, it says I voted.
I don't vote.
Look, there's Card. She said, "Hey, Brooklyn." Okay. Let me see. They didn't go to the clock. They shut it down. Okay. Well, then I guess we're done for today. What do y'all think? Closing arguments in the morning, and then we'll be on verdict watch, I guess.
Yeah, it's true.
Which means it's going to start even earlier. What'd they say, 9 o'clock? Someone see what True Crime is doing. Who is that?
The bald head.
9:30. Okay, so 8:30 my time. I'll go ahead and set it up so hopefully notifications go out better. Law and crime. Oh, well, I think they
Mama, what's it? Mama,
let's see.
what's it? The new person.
Law and crime. Let me see.
Mama.
They're covering the next trial that I want to do.
Mama. What?
I'm live.
Our next person. Our next
Law and crime
person.
is
What's it? What's it?
Mhm.
Watch it.
Yeah, they're playing the next case that I want to do. Yes, Granny, I'll be back in the morning. You've heard Long Crime will Strike? Ugh. Well, then we may not be watching that next case. Because they're the ones showing it. Oh, yeah? But, I guess since we ended early today, I am going to end it. We've been on for 10 minutes shy of...
Mama, may I watch your papa? No, ma'am.
Oh, it's Court TV. It doesn't say anything. Let me see what they're saying in the chat. Chat is disabled for this live stream, is what it says. So I'm thinking they're done. That doesn't make sense. Well, it still shows people watching, but why does it say the chat's disabled? That's really weird. Let me refresh this and see. They're still live. Maybe we'll hang out and see. Oh, nope, they're done. 5 minutes of chatting for our friends, and then the stream will end, it says. So, yeah, they're done. Oh, thank you, Granny.
Oh, it's your candy.
You're silly. So I guess, don't know if it's true, but I've heard a few creators. Okay. I mean, that's possible. I'll look and see if I can find it somewhere else. But, I guess since they're done, we will be done. We've been on here for almost 6 hours, and I have a lot of housework to catch up on. And my house is about to get chaotic with Brooklyn being home, and the other girls will be home soon. So, I guess I will see y'all in the morning at 8:30 my time. Granny, 8:30. See you in the morning. 9:30, I think, for the rest of y'all. Carson go live, so we have something to do because I'm not watching Dolly talk crap about other YouTubers. Till then, I love your faces, and I will see y'all in the morning because I will not be back on tonight. I can't do that again. Bye.
Let's come off again.